This is iRacing, the world's premier online racing game. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat to experience today's newest form of competitive motorsport, virtual racing, all from your home PC. Race virtually in endorsed series from NASCAR, IndyCar, IMSA, the World of Outlaws, Aussie Supercars and more. Take on legendary circuits like Daytona, Silverstone and the Nürburgring. Join iRacing's global online racing community and get on track today at iRacing.com.
The first season of MTEC gave us some wild and fascinating endurance races, but not ones to rest on their laurels. The management at the majors has taken all the feedback, all the suggestions, and revamped the classes and the format in hopes of making an even better product. Season 2 arrives this fall, fresh and brand spanking new as we get ready to watch round 1 of the Majors Team Endurance Challenge. And you'll see it all live here on the Global SimRacing Channel. Hi, I'm Joe Peak, and with me in the booth is DJ Clark and Chad Irvine. Behind the scenes is our director, Zach Johnson, and he's using cameras provided by Dougie Beard. Starting off at Motegi, this lesser-used Japanese road course should provide an interesting challenge. Let's head to our track guide to find out more. Welcome to Twin Ring Motegi. This well-known Japanese racing facility located roughly 2 hours north of Tokyo gets its name from the fact that it has both an oval and a road course that can be run. But a unique feature of this track is that instead of having a roval layout, the road course is entirely separate from the oval circuit. On top of that, drivers have 3 different road courses to choose from in the form of the Grand Prix, East, and West circuits. While not totally devoid of elevation change, the track is relatively flat. What distinguishes the place the most is the combination of plenty of long straights heading into heavy braking zones. This means that passing opportunities abound. With it being built in 1996, it has most of the qualities you'd expect from a modern road course, including flat curbs, a fair amount of runoff, and multiple pit complexes. Oddly, because of the oval, the track includes night lighting for a portion of the road circuit. Though there isn't much notable about most of the turns, one of the more distinctive corners is the final chicane on the Grand Prix course. Leading out of a tunnel that returns you to the oval infield, it's kinked on entry and it tightens greatly at the second apex. This makes pushing the limits of this corner extremely tough, and it often catches drivers out. Though international series such as IndyCar and MotoGP have held rounds at the track, today it is mainly used for local open wheel and GT series. Still, the one-of-a-kind experience offered to drivers and fans at this circuit is sure to keep people coming back for years to come. Well, DJ, this is not one of the most popular tracks here on iRacing, but it should serve well for these types of cars, I imagine, and plenty of space for them to race on.
It should indeed, Joe. Motegi is a very wide open circuit, so plenty of room for this multi-class action to be going on. We're also going to have maybe some chances to overtake. You and I had the chance to see some GT3s out here earlier this year, and you can get some passing done contrary to popular opinion. The best places to do that are going to be going down into turn 1 with maybe some fight backs around 3 and 4. That's always an interesting area. And then as well going into turn 11. That right-hander off of the back stretch. Now, normally it is a little tricky to get by, but I think what's going to change things up here a little bit is the multi-class field. I think using some of that slower traffic to get by another car, it's going to really, really change things up, and it could allow for some great racing here today.
I'm certainly looking forward to this. It's 3 completely different classes from what we had last season and a different dynamic. Speaking of that, Chad, race details for today. Let's familiarize our new viewers with almost a new series, essentially.
Yeah, it's going to be a very fun one. 3-hour event, or sorry, 4-hour event here with open setups for these guys. And the big thing is there are going to be full course cautions, and we can kind of break that down in detail a little bit later. But long story short, they are using a program to kind of help determine when those cautions are going to come out. The one thing to note is there will not be one thrown in the last 15 minutes of the event, but that's going to be something to keep our eye on with the unusual full course yellow procedure here at Twin Ring Motegi.
Indeed, and it definitely throws the cat amongst the pigeons in these endurance races, but it's part of endurance racing in the real world as well, and they try to mimic that as close as they can. Right now, they're in the midst of qualifying. They each get 4 laps in about 20 minutes to set their quickest time, but critically, it is not required to have the qualifying driver start the race here. They do have a few things about their teams, since this is a team race. They have 4 different licenses that the drivers can pick up: platinum, gold, silver, bronze, and that's determined by a variety of factors according to their speed and results previously in the majors. But the big thing to note is that the GT3 class, the fastest class, can only have platinum, gold, and silver, the top 3 tiers. And then GT4 and TCR can only have gold, silver, and bronze drivers on the team. So they try to split that up so that we can kind of get a similar pace amongst drivers and everybody be able to have some fun out there racing. And DJ, we briefly spoke about those cautions there. I guess to kick it off, it's measured by the incident points accrued, which is a very novel way. But as we saw last time, it definitely keeps the drivers on their toes while still giving them kind of an inkling.
Yeah, exactly. It'll give them a relative idea of when that will come out. You see a big kerfluffle up in front of you and you go, okay, well, that's probably going to be a full course yellow. Or if you're using an app that tells you there are incidents and here there's a car off in X corner, you can start to kind of do a little bit of that mental math. And so it does add a good degree of what is real life racing to this, that it will allow for drivers to sort of be able to go, okay, I think a yellow is going to come out. Maybe it's time for me to dive into the pits really quickly, or it can just be completely random and catch you out.
Exactly. And we should note that the drivers do not know what the number of incidents it is that will bring out the caution at each race. It changes per race based on information that the organizers have on previous events and kind of how many are expected. But they tend to kind of go for usually what they expect will bring out at least one of the cautions, though they have told the drivers it is possible to go through without a single caution in this race if they keep it clean. It's up to the drivers to make that happen, though, as we see one of our TCRs come through the bridge and down to one of the trickier corners, but looks like Christopher Sherbin's actually going to practice his pit lane entry because he's already taken all 4 of his laps. And there are a few drivers still out there in these final 5 minutes running as we switch over here, coming off of what looks like turn 4 there briefly, and down into turn 5 for another one of our TCR drivers, the 277 on your screen. That is NRG Racing with John Lang in the machine, and they have to have at least 2 drivers run in this race today here, Chad.
Yeah, and driver swaps, you'll definitely see them. You'd probably expect to see them about halfway, just whenever that second pit stop is going to fall. The biggest thing for these guys is trying to, they aren't going to have the car share rules like we would normally see in iRacing. But you definitely want to, try to give the faster driver of the two an opportunity to kind of take advantage. Whether you do it at the start and try to pull away, or you put them in at the end and try to close whatever gap you might have in front of you towards the end of the race as time ticks down. So it definitely is a bit of strategy to decide who starts and who's going to finish the race.
And the 30 car continuing on around as this is, looks like Daniel Taylor, I think, that we're now looking at. It's Kevin Hill, excuse me, and the Evolve Sim Sports GT3 number 51 machine. This is the last time lap that they've got, and their last on the on the fields in that GT3 class. So they really need to find some time here in these dying stages up into what is a series of hairpins here, just back and forth and coming around to complete the last few of them past these support pitch straights. One of the few places, DJ, with some elevation change around here.
Yeah, the dive down here into this right-hander, it is a good passing zone, and one of the reasons it is because you can be a little bit later onto the brakes going in there. Use the natural weight of the car to slow you down a little bit as you come into the corner. And so you have to be careful with it, though, because there is a good tendency to lock up those front discs as we watch them come across the line here, see if there is an improvement. Doesn't. Oh, no, there is. That'll bump them up to 16th. So there is Kevin Hill doing a good job to get himself up there. But yeah, that last corner, that elevation change, it can catch you out, but it can work out to your benefit.
You can really see it from that angle coming down the hill as we watch Bradley Haley. And this is a timed lap for the Sector 5, the Haley agency here in the 43 car. Getting used to seeing Bradley Haley on this channel in quite a few sports car series. Let's see. Nope, that one unfortunately deleted. Must have either had an off track or was pulling out for a warm-up lap. And in fact, well, this is going to be the last try. But the question is this enough time? We're at 1:30 left, and it had taken about 1:49 to get around. This is going to be awful tight.
Yeah, indeed it is, Joe, but I think he's going out there and just going for it the best that he can no matter what. Good runs there out of those first two runs, and now diving down into turn 5 here under the bridge and then into that very tricky sweeper section. This will catch some drivers out during the race.
And by the way, the interesting thing to note about this 43 car, this is the only Mercedes running in this race in the GT3 class. So definitely a different choice for them, and looks like we'll have to see how it pays off.
By far the most popular this season is the Porsche that is running, the Porsche 911 GT3R, one of the newer cars here. They've also got the Lambo out there, as well as the BMW and the Merc racing in the GT3 class. A bit of a shallow entry into turn 10, and then coming up over the crest once again. 25 seconds left. I don't know. I think this might be it, and the 8th place is the highest we're going to see the 43 car.
Yeah, I have to agree. He's not going to be able to get through this final sector here in about 10 seconds. So a noble run for Bradley Haley, but if nothing else, he'll just get some good feeling underneath him in that Mercedes and be able to maybe get a little bit of an advantage.
He's a couple seconds shy. There goes the 0, and the grid is set. So let's go through our starting order here today with Evolve SimSport, ASR in the 14 machine taking the pole in the GT3 class. DRT starts in second. It is Feed Esport Academy in third, followed by VRS Satellite Racing Radon. KES Industries Last Lap Motorsports starts fifth, Sudaria Laundry Basket 6th, and Texans Fitzdie Hades P7. Sector 5 PB, the Haley Agency, will start P8, Demon Tweaks Esports by Fitzdie in 9th. Rounding out your top 10, it's Team Mad. Then you go to Simmortal starting in 11th. Kinetic Racing MTEC number 67 team will be in 12th as Niao Niao Motorsport starts in 13th. Love that name. PG-13 Car 1 is in 14th on the grid. Devotion Sim Racing 15th. Evolve Sim Sports GT3 in 16th. Then finally, it's Bombshell Racing Team Odin in 17th and PG-13 Car 2 in 18th. Chad?
And taking the pole position in the GT4s is Demon Tweaks Esports. And that's going to be followed up by Iduri White, by Texans Fitzdie, with Precision Racing Esports Silver there in row number 2. And then starting in 22nd overall is Precision Racing Esports Silver and Dog Bear MTEC, followed by Iduri Black, Go Win Racing, Spark Virtual Racing Last Lap Motorsports starting 26th overall, and then Sequential SimSport is going to start just behind them, and U-Race VR Esports Green right there in the 27th overall, taking row 14, and Quality Control Racing 69 and Dirt Esport taking up the 15th row, followed by Kinetic Racing MTEC number 165 and CMSRacing.com Endurance 2. And wrapping up the GT4 field is VRS Satellite Racing GT4.
In that TCR class, it's going to be Not Recommended Motorsport, followed by Bombshell Racing Team Loki, with STR, Audi, TCR lining up behind M-Plower, or lining up in front of M-Plower MTEC, and Grizzly TFR by TFR Lab. Then rounding out row 20, it'll be Twin Turn Sim Racing. That's a tongue twister there to come at you if I've ever seen one. Behind them, it's TechSense, Fitzy Sty Apollo, and Mad Sim Racing Great Hire. Team 19 will be lining up 9th in class, followed by NRG Racing. Sector 5 Scarlet will be 11th, followed by Bombshell Racing Thor, Sector 5 Backball, and bring them back up that TCR field. It's Cola Tie Control Racing 63, Joe.
And we are getting ready to take off here for round 1 of the Majors Team Endurance Challenge. It's season 2, and Andrew Waring will lead off the fields as he waits for the green flag. And there it is. We are racing here at Motegi. And it is a good start for the front of the field, immediately getting pretty single file down into the first turn. Michael Diaz chasing him in the DRT 30. We still got some side-by-side battles for 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. Otherwise, it looks clean. Let's go to the GT4s.
And it is Daniel Taylor on the pole here in the GT4s, and he's going to wind this field up as they work their way down onto the front straightaway, and the 142 starts to pull away, and he's going to be clear before they even get to the line, but stacking up a little further back, still 2 by 2 and almost in 3 wide action, starting to dive their way into turn number 1. But so far they worked their way through the first couple of quarters all clean. Let's go down to the TCRs.
In those TCRs, they're just now coming onto the straight, waiting to get onto the power, waiting, and there they go. It is a good start away from Bombshell Racing Team Loki, with Elias Roman getting a good start, but that is a PR Cook coming in behind, trying to get a good look. Behind them, they are multi-wide going into the first corner. Everybody sorting themselves out relatively well here. A couple of pushes wide, but nobody off the track.
There was trouble for the number 17 Spark Virtual Racing Machine, driven by Brandon Lambert. He was forced wide on exit of turn number 2, but didn't seem to make much contact with them and gets it spun in the right direction. He's just down a lot of time.
So we watch our leaders now head towards the braking of turn 11. Andrew Waring still leading Michael Diaz. They're pulling a slight gap over Thomas O'Leary in that Lambo behind them. Both of them running Porsches in the 1-2. Then you've got Ray Kingsbury for the Last Lap Motorsports machine, trying to give chase on the podium, but dropping back a little bit. First lap has been completed.
The fantastic lap that it was. A couple of guys a little bit behind their class, including, we talked about the 17, but the 27, or Jonathan Sitton for Quality Control Racing. They are behind as well, but overall, so far, so clean. And if things stay like this, we won't see many of those full course yellows.
We got a good battle in the GT4s. This is for 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. Multiple drivers going side by side, but they get single file once again. Up at the front of them, 4th place is Mark Kalin in the Precision Esports silver car. And Christian Pereira just behind him, under attack from Salakis. And the Edura Black number 6 car down to the inside, sending it in late. Can Christian get it to turn in? Yes, he can. He finds the grip through the corner, but it looks like the McLaren's going to try to come around the outside. He slips up a little bit and bonks into the side of Montes. Looks like they all get away with it, but not without some slight damage.
Yeah, some very slight damage there, Joe. I don't think that's going to be anything too race-ending for any of these GT4s, but it's certainly a little bit of a bruise here early on.
Kalen's not done yet, still trying to collect the car. He loses out to Dick Mueller as just in front of poke to the inside from Hedge Cooks, and looks like he's not able to get that pass done, but look at that. To the inside of him, Amontes ahead of Kalen as they come into turn 6. He's going to be on the inside, but swings back into the S's. Is Mark not willing to give this one up? No, he's going to try and stick with it. Now he starts to fall back.
The front six in the GT3 class starting to break away just a little bit. Just behind them is Sector 5 Racing. Texans is in the 8th position right now, actually, in class, and that's where the biggest gap in the GT3s is. And there you see just a long train of cars working their way down towards the front straightaway. With as many straightaways, long straightaways that we see at this track, I think that the slipstream is going to be very important for these guys throughout this long race.
I hope so. Hopefully a little bit more than what we witnessed in the GT3 cars earlier that DJ called the race, because certainly seemed difficult for drivers to try and attack there. And right now, Andrew Warren is definitely towing along Michael Diaz. He's still within about 0.3 of a second. O'Leary hanging on behind them. Look at the battle starting to brew back there for 4th, though. Kingsbury's Lamborghini definitely looks like it's got to worry about Gall in the mirrors.
Yeah, and Kingsbury, a very talented driver in the GT cars. He's got a very skilled teammate that we've seen a couple of times here on GSRC. Blake Reynolds is the other driver there in the KES Industries LLM car. So that 52 has some strong drivers behind the wheel, and I think right now they're just kind of trying to find their groove and get settled in.
So Gal continuing to watch behind the 52 as he keeps them honest, trying to see if he finds any sort of openings. Ray Kingsbury still in his Porsche 911 has got just a mirror full of that red Lambo. Down into turn 11, gets very close to the rear bumper, but can't seem to really make an attack.
And all this pressure is doing is giving that 69 of Thomas O'Leary a bit of breathing room out the back, because Ray Kingsbury has to do everything he can just to defend the position. So Ray Kingsbury has fallen about 2 seconds behind Thomas O'Leary there for the 3rd spot.
Took a little bit of a defensive move that time, coming into the first corner, just trying to make sure that Gal can't do anything. But he doesn't even give it a try. Knows he wasn't close enough that time through. Look at them snaking across the track down towards turn 3, where this track just weaves back and forth, each set of hairpins going the other direction. Looking back from the number 64 now, as from the 52 rather, of Ray Kingsbury at the VRS satellite radon car. And he gets himself a little bit of a gap, so that'll be helpful and calming things down for himself, not having to constantly race the mirrors.
And going around is Alex Gal. Wow, just an unforced error there. The back end steps out, and that's going to cost him a ton of time.
Well, that was mysterious. I think he maybe caught a little bit of the grass going back and looking on my screen, but it was costly. He's down to 16th. After that, we see some action there. Drivers taking dives into the corner. That was Marical trying on the 41 of Costello. Didn't quite work out. Cop car also in there. Oh, and Nikhil is almost to the inside as they go through turn 10. The 56 almost banging doors with them.
Absolutely power move, trying to send it up the inside. Flashes lights are just kind of doing everything they can. There you see a slower car to the inside as well. I'm trying to get a report on who that is momentarily, but man, such great battles all throughout this field.
That's Sinton in the quality number 69 that is still out there circulating, but unfortunately had to start from pit lane for whatever reason today. So they have already been lapped by our GT3 leaders. This is getting intense here, but amongst this group, and as they break down into turns 1 and 2 coming off the corner, look at Cop Car now under threat himself. Deschamps along with Gal, and Gal is definitely out of position here, so he could make short work of this pair.
That battle for 4th, by the way, heating up once again in the GT3s. Ray King are going to send it almost 3 wide with some more Adam Watson into the 37. Those guys working their way through a ton of lap traffic, and man, there's just traffic jams all over the racetrack right now.
Oof, yeah, the lap traffic is already causing chaos out here as they come across multiple cars, and it's going to be tough to tell them apart, I'm sure, as they're going to look relatively similar. All GT classes, no prototypes this season to deal with, and we see them continuing to have to try and make space. And let's not forget these TCRs, DJ, they also have their own battle for position here.
They do indeed, and they are getting all kinds of jumbled up, doing the best job that they can to stay out of the way here. But this is on this long back straightaway. This is where those GT3s are going to especially spread that out. Where this is going to get really interesting is right up front. The two leaders in this TCR class, Not Recommended Motorsport and Bombshell Racing Team Loki, they have been lockstep together. And I think once these GT3s get up through it, we could see a little bit of strategic blocking maybe to try to get somebody by.
And there you just saw Simortal using that lap traffic to their advantage, getting right by Ray Kingsbury in that Spark last lap motorsports car. So that moves the 37 up to the 4th spot overall.
And that's exactly what I was talking about, Joe. We've got a battle for the lead of TCR, the 279 and the 286, absolutely going at it. Their Bombshell Racing Team Loki tried to get a move down to the inside, going through turns 1 and 2, using some of the faster cars in the way, but not able to get the move done. But I don't think that's the first time we're going to see that.
And don't forget, Gruber, racing for Grizzly number 269, is back there as well. He could get involved in this as the drives have to pick their way by. And down into turn 5, it looks like Hop is finally let go by Adam Watson, who gets through. More cars trying to sneak through in the short chute under the bridge. In fact, unfortunately, blocking that Grizzly car off. Statler wants his spot 3 wide coming into turn 7, and a car's going to make contact. That is Jaden Hop along with Roman.
Those are the leaders of the TCRs, Joe. They are both around. That's going to allow for that Grizzly TFR by TFR lap machine driven by George Gruber to allow through, but absolute disaster in that TCR category.
So this is already going horribly bad for some of our top drivers. Where did they come back out? Looks like Hop in 8th. And trying to figure out where the other driver wound up. And I can't find them on the field, unfortunately. You can see that purple number 279 is well down halfway through the field just from that one little bit of contact.
Yeah, that little bit of contact sending them both around. So that's going to reshuffle the drivers around. It looks like your former leaders, the 279 is back down in 8th, and then Bombshell Racing Team Loki, that's driven by Roman, that ended up in 3rd.
With this being an endurance race, we also got to remember pit stops will probably be a part of this. Deschamps Hugo is in the lane in the 58 car. I'm not sure what caused that. This is definitely too early for a scheduled stop, I'm pretty certain. So we'll try and investigate and see if we can get information. They also have live stewards that will hand out penalties here. So they got to stay clean as we come back to our GT4s, I think. Yep, GT4 leaders, it looks like. Taylor up at the top in the 142, riding for Demon Weeks Esports. And he's trailing along the Edur White 177, being piloted by Sakalis there. It's only about half a second between them.
Yeah, only about a half a second there, Joe, and they've got some breathing room before they get caught by the faster GT3 field. So they're going to probably try to just run this pretty smooth. And if I'm sitting in that 2nd or 3rd place, because that's not too far back there for the Texans Fitzy Sty Hefetus machine piloted right now by Daniel Cheney. If I'm in those positions right now, I'm just trying to maybe keep as close as I can and wait for some of the chaos of the GT3s coming on through. It's a pretty good battle in the back of the field here, though. This is Gowan Racing getting caught a little bit by Dog Bear MTEC right now. Gowan Racing, that red McLaren.
And by the way, an update on that 58 car, he was involved in some contact with one of the VRS machines, so he had to work his way down pit road. I'm not sure if it was for a penalty or not. The first avoidable contact offense would be a 30-second stop and hold by the rules, so looks like that might be it, but he's been in his box just now starting to leave the pit lane.
Yeah, 3 different makes here in these GT4s, and they're all represented right there. BMW leading a McLaren, leading a Porsche. And I also see Gal in pit lane for the VRS number 64 car. So more stuff going on. In the meantime, this is still for that fourth spot here in the middle class. Coming out of the S's down towards turn 9. And these cars do not like to turn all that much, kind of known for being a little bit understeery, so expecting much slower cornering speeds than those GT3s.
Yeah, the TCRs actually are a little bit more nimble comparatively in their speed. So, a little bit of an overshoot there, it looked like, from that Gowan racing machine. And Jack Hedgecore driving that car around right now. So, what we can expect there is that the GT3s will really catch these GT4s a lot more on the straights, or through the twisty bits, and watch for that, and watch for the inability to really change direction quickly in these GT4s to come back and be a little bit of their bane when they're dealing with those faster cars.
Ooh, right up on the bumper. Christian fending off on Jack. The 108 just about made contact there. Does he try and send it into the first corner? He's going to give it a look down into the braking zone. The 192 looks like he might just, or the 1808 might just have it. Yes, indeed. Hedgecox is now through and into fourth.
Love that move there from Hedgecox. That was just getting the elbows out. He was able to get down to that inside line and just forced him out. Oh, but we've got a fight back there. Look at that.
Christian not taking that one, sitting down. Will it be another swap of positions down into turn 5? Jack's got a bit of a setup. Does he have the brakes for it? He thinks about it and then says, no, that's enough of that for now. Let's hold on to the car until we get better opportunities. Plus, if he makes a move and it goes wrong, Dick Mueller's right there to snatch it up.
Yeah, you read my mind on that, Joe. Dick Mueller is loving seeing this battle going on in front of him like this. It's really, really to his benefit that these two keep fighting ahead, able to run his own race here and keep everything nice and close. I'd say keep an eye here on Hedgecore. I think he's going to try to maybe get a good run here. Ooh, getting a little feisty going through the S's. I'm loving this aggression early on.
Jack's not afraid to get right up to the back of that car. He knows exactly how long the nose is. And they are being approached by our leaders. Oh, as there is a move down through turn 10. Just caught him napping. And will he fight back? Again, I was about to say the GT3 leaders are coming upon this pretty soon. They're probably going to see them within the next lap, poking his nose out at the back of that. Dick Mueller going to send it on both of them. Goes way deep and unfortunately shoves Jack off.
Wow, talk about latest of the late breakers there for Dick Mueller. A little bit of contact there, as you said, between himself and Hedgecore, but a fantastic move, just diving that Porsche down the inside, but it looks like that McLaren's ready to fight back. Defensive move here from Mueller, trying to pinch down to the inside of the pit lane, and there you see... Ooh.
Contact, side-to-side contact, and that cost Jack Hedgecox his braking, but he only loses one position. Looks like Christian can't get through. Did anybody tell these guys it's a 4-hour race and not a 40-minute race?
I don't think so, because these guys are duking it out here like it's a sprint. I think they want to have track position before they see these leaders in the GT3 category come along.
You say before they see it, but they are right there. Wow.
Yeah, a little bit of contact between Jack and Dick Mueller down to the inside. Oh no, and Mueller outbrakes himself. He goes too far into the corner. That's going to cost him the spot. Here comes Andrew Waring, grateful that the track cleared up in time.
And all this lap traffic has done is kind of broken Thomas O'Leary a bit behind your front two cars, but he's still right there, that third car in line. That is the top 3 overall. And then they're just fighting their way through this lap traffic.
They got to remember, those battles can get intense and they could get caught up in them. So they got to tiptoe their way past when there's such a fierce fight happening in front of them. So we jump a little bit farther up here. Now we once again glance at the 14 of Waring's car. Diaz in the 30, just behind. 2 Porsches down into the braking of 11. No change there.
And Diaz seems really content just to sit in line, kind of ride this thing out, wait until we might see something happen. But so far, for the most part, we've seen a couple minor incidents, but no major shunts or anything like that yet. So I think that these guys that might be waiting for a caution, I don't know. I'm not sure that they are going to get one as soon as they might think that they would.
I can't imagine we'd have one already. We've had some hard racing, but not enough to get us enough for a caution, I would think. As they now break into the third turn. They've got more traffic in front. This time it's Daniel Cheney, Sakalis, and Daniel Taylor just in front of them. That's our GT4 leaders. Trying to put some distance in a car between himself and his rival. Waring goes in deep. Doesn't work. Diaz sneaks through as well.
And right now, Diaz just using him to punch the hole and follow him through. But here's going to be the opportunity for Waring to pull away. He had the car between him on turn in. But unfortunately, Diaz able to find a way by pretty quick. So he is still right there in the thick of things.
And behind them, I can tell that O'Leary is having a bit of trouble getting by while those two just slice their way past. And is that, no, that's Gal.
Oh! That was the Gowan Racing Machine. That is Jack Hedgecox that we have seen in the middle of all of that traffic. Ooh, that's a very unsafe rejoin there coming around. Oh, for Dick Muller. Oh, everybody able to escape there without major contact, but a very dicey moment.
Jack waited a little bit longer, and unfortunately that cost him positions. But it is a long race. There is chances to try and play catch-up, especially if we get a caution. That'll bunch them back up. And I wondered if that battling would wind up coming to tears. Looks like it sadly did. So we look at our leaders. Waring still leading Diaz 0.4 of a second between them. They've now gotten past the lap traffic, and O'Leary is catching back up slightly. It's down to 0.9 of a second.
Yeah, these front three are really doing the best they can. I think the biggest thing, if you're Thomas O'Leary, just to get close enough to these guys that you can kind of use the hole that they punch through the slower traffic, because that's the biggest thing. If you're Diaz, is that hole opens up and you're able to fill it and just kind of fight your way through, like the old karting moves that you'll see all the time. But O'Leary, unfortunately, last time through traffic was too far back to do anything with it. He is a little bit closer now, but unfortunately, he might catch a car at the wrong time once again. No, he gets by. And so he's going to tuck right back in line between your front two. And they've got a decent 3-second gap or so back to the Sim Mortal with Adam Watson there in the 37, currently running 4th place.
Eisenberg and the TCR just going to let him by at the inside of turn 9. All of them through cleanly. We're just about 22 minutes into this race now. So not much time comparatively to the big picture has gone by. But it's been a little bit dark out here today at times. You can see we've got a fair bit of cloud cover right now, and that's definitely kept the track relatively cool. 83 Fahrenheit is just about in the zone. The drivers like it.
Yeah, currently 4:35 virtual standard time, and as this race ticks down to its closing moments, it's we keep getting darker and darker, and the sim date is set to April 17th, so the sunset won't be it won't be too late in the day. We might be seeing some very, very long shadows by the time this one comes to a close.
Yeah, it'll be different conditions for sure, and who can adapt to that as this goes on. Watching from off the rear wing now, looking back at our 3rd place driver, Thomas O'Leary for Sudarita Laundry Basket. They're coming up upon a lot of the TCRs at this stage. Chris Sherburne for Sector 5 Blackball in 212 is the one next up. He knows the deal, though. He's going to stay off of the left-hand side.
Something to applaud in the GT3 class, by the way, Joe. Simmortal started this race in 11th and is already up to the 4th position.
Let's give some love to the TCR since we haven't checked on them in a while. Right now still being led by Gruber after inheriting that top spot. And they're back in 2nd. That is Lars Weil there in P2 in the 287. the Implower team. Bombshell Racing Team Loki is the one actually relatively close behind. It's about 0.7 of a second for that battle for P2.
Yeah, and remember that car is driven by Elias Roman. That was the car that was up in that battle for the lead that fell back through the field. So clearly some speed in that third place TCR right now, just having to press forward. I think for them, it's very much an issue here, the 286, that they just know they've got plenty of time. They want to just slowly but surely work their way forward. This is where it really comes into being an endurance race right now.
Absolutely. Opportunities will come. If you're not close enough to attack, just keep the pace up and follow them through. The TCR cars down to complete another lap and through turns 1 and 2. It's felt like the more calm of the classes in spite of that opening incident, but we say that now, that could always change pretty quickly.
Yeah, exactly, Joe. And I think with the big speed differences that do exist, I think between the GT3s and these TCRs, I think that's going to cause some big calamity out on track, as well as when the GT4s catch these TCRs. The GT4s are a little more evenly matched in terms of speed and pace, and they're not going to be nearly as quick by. And so that slower portion of lap traffic getting by them, that's going to present a real interesting way to see things. And when they start to make their way through, that could present some real challenges.
But the good news is they did adjust the power of the TCR cars a bit so that the GT4s can have a slightly better cross-section between them, a bit of a gap in the lap times, and they don't trip over each other quite as much. That said, it's still about 50 seconds between our leader in the 269 and the last car on the GT4s in the 152. Ooh, and this is looking like a very good exit from the Bombshell 286. He's getting within a couple car lengths of Lars. So we hop on board with the P3 in that class. Nothing doing down into turn 11 this time, and they're getting some friends behind them.
They are indeed. Those are your GT3 leaders right up behind. Ooh, big check up there from the Evolved SimSport ASR driver there coming through the chicane. So they're happy here. They're able to make that pass on the main straight. That's going to kind of delay the battle a little bit, I think. Ooh, but nobody told that to Bombshell Racing Team Loki. Looked like there was a little bit of a move down the inside there, but nothing doing quite yet.
Just about to the first half-hour mark in this race. And look at how decisive they're having to be to try and get these positions into the corner, really diving it in there at times, knowing it could make the difference between staying where they are or losing a spot. They all weave across the left-hand side once again. It is still Warren leading with Diaz now through that. O'Leary has passed the lapped cars. And George Gruber allowing Watson and Gal to get by.
And we stay focused here on this battle between Roman and Wheeler. There they go around. Roman just very clearly has more speed here, Joe. I'm watching that 286 machine. Ooh, a little bit of an internet issue, I think, there we're seeing for the second place car. Not coming back. There he is, back on track. Okay, whew, that was a little bit of a scary moment. But yeah, there's just way more speed in that 286. Thinking about trying to make a move now, going down into the hairpin. That's going to set up for an interesting run here, looking for the crossover. Good defense from the Empower MTEC machine to try to stop the momentum of the 286 behind. But he may have gotten that corner the way he wanted to regardless.
We had an accident in the 169 car. Mitchell Bott. That's the Quality Control Racing number 69 GT4. Not sure what caused this, but you can see him slowly getting it going. I think he had a bit of an off track coming out of turn 4.
Yeah, I'm looking back on it. I think that was a little bit of an off track. So he's able to get back and going. I'm not seeing any major damage to the McLaren. So good for him. He'll be able to keep on that attack right now.
As we look up at our GT3 leaders, Diaz still chasing Warren. O'Leary just behind them. Nothing has changed quite yet amongst them. They are gapping Watson back there in fourth by about a second and a half.
Yeah, but that gap is coming down. Watson last time by was about 0.2 of a second faster than any of those front three cars. It was 3 seconds not too long ago, and this time by the stripe, it was down to 2.3. So slowly but surely, that gap from first to fourth is coming down. But that is also leading to the gap between first and fifth. Ray Kingsbury kind of leading a second faction of cars. It's himself, followed by some Sector 5 and Texans there for fifth, sixth, and seventh there in the GT3s.
Tell you what, though, Diaz has been getting very close to the rear bumper of the 14, almost pushing him through turn 10 briefly. And he could have an opportunity, depending on what he wants to do here, as they pick up speed, getting up to about 145 miles an hour before finally braking, sending it downhill. But no, does not seem to have the straight line speed that Warren does.
A very fun battle starting to develop further down in the GT3 field. The 41 Niao Motorsport machine driven by Rainer Costello just got actually passed by Nikhil Koptar, the PG-13 car number 2, and he was making some very aggressive moves to do it, but that Niao Motorsports car going to drop back to 11th in class, and we might see a battle between a couple team cars here in just a couple of laps.
DRT finally up into the lead. Could we see 2 spots gone for Warren in 1 lap? Looking on the inside, O'Leary's thinking about it, and he sends it up. He is through. Warren didn't seem to fight that all that much. Kind of makes me wonder if he's thinking about riding behind these guys and saving a little fuel.
Yeah, between saving fuel and kind of just realizing I don't need to push this, there's still 3.5 hours left in this race. Just kind of settling in, no need to fight a move when you can just tuck right back in with these guys. It's clear that he wasn't going to get away from the 2 behind him. So just settle in here, yeah, save some fuel maybe, and try to stretch things out as long as you can.
So for the first time since the start, we've seen a change up at the front of the fastest class. And it's really been some of the closest racing we've seen in recent minutes, ever since the GT4 is spread apart. And of course, the TCRs don't seem to have been too close together at the very, very front, that they've got a little bit of action a little bit farther back in second and third.
Speaking of that, Joe, I've actually been keeping an eye on that battle for second and third in the TCRs, and they've been swapping positions back and forth. There you can see them on your screen. This is Elias Roman and Lars Wild. They're up ahead. Roman was able to get ahead there for a little bit through the lap, but they were pretty much side by side. Some pretty epic battling, but Wheel able to keep that number 287 ahead for right now. But again, here comes a good run for that Bombshell Racing Team. Loki down to the inside, going into the hairpin, and a little bit of a shove out there for Elias Roman, and it's now a drag race going down the backstretch.
As they pick up pace, who's going to be the latest of the breakers? 130 miles an hour before they get onto the binders on the inside. Roman trying to see if he could get this one done. Yes, he shut the door on Weil. So give P2 to the 286 team.
But let's see if Weil can fight back here. And all of this fighting, though, I have to say, has allowed for the STR Audi TCR team to pull in right behind them. So this shaping into almost a 3-way battle here for the second and third spots on the podium. Weil not able to get the move down into turns 1 and 2. Looking like he's carrying a little bit more momentum over Roman, though.
Oof, just a little bit of a bobble off the corner. And Lars continuing to chase, braking hard down into turn 3. Wonder if we could get an onboard here with the 287 looking ahead as they battle, because there is an interesting special message. Oh, and we've jumped away. Here we go. Yeah, there is a special message on the rear of that car. See if we can see it. Essentially, the teammate of Elias has put a special message for a friend of his who recently lost their parent, unfortunately, and they've put their name on there, trying to essentially give a little bit of a nod and show some support. It says for David Tompkins on the rear banner, so a very heartfelt message on there. Murphy obviously very close to his friend's father, and has felt like this is the best he could do to try and send a little bit of sentiment to that family's way. But right now, his teammate is a little bit distracted, and of course the white number 287 is not letting this one go.
No, certainly not. Trying to keep up behind. But as we've said, that Bombshell Racing Team Loki machine, that 287, really and truly, that car just looks quick. Remember, this was battling for the lead earlier, but they've got to be careful because all of this squabbling behind here has really allowed for Grizzly TFR by TFR Lab, that number 269 machine driven by George Gruber, to pull away to the tune of about 5-6 seconds.
Yeah, Gruber's taken this with both hands, you have to say. Not letting this fall by the wayside and waste an opportunity. So continue to watch this fight for P2. Cook just kind of hovering in the background amongst them here in these stages of the race. We have limited fuel tanks on these cars. Even if they didn't, they'd still not be able to make it to the end on this. And in this TCR class, it's 60% of what the normal one is. So they can't go quite a ways in these TCR cars, but they should have a stop at some point.
Yeah, and that limited fuel in all the cars is going to make things interesting. Just kind of shortening up the runs, and you may be able to get an extra stint out of the tires from doing so as well, especially as the track starts to cool down as the race goes on. Probably start to see some of these cars start to see them kind of just stretching their tires as long as they can, maybe do what they can to preserve their set for an extra stint just to save some time on pit road.
Yeah, it kind of makes me wonder too, with these being front wheel drive cars, is this a case where it would make sense to only change the fronts and save some time since they're going to wear a little quicker?
I think it certainly could, Joe. We'll have to see if the strategy plays out. And remember that the way the tires are changed specifically in these TCRs, it's a front jack and a rear jack. It's not NASCAR style. So you can do a two-tire change relatively quickly as compared to doing a multi-tire change. So that could be a way to do it, but you can see there behind, we've got another wrinkle into this battle. Those are the leaders of the GT3 category, or the GT4 category rather. They're finally starting to catch up with these TCRs.
Still being led by Daniel Taylor and the Demon Tweaks Esports Fitstye machine, being chased, of course, by Sakalis and the 177, but he's using this traffic well to try and distance himself from them, putting Cook between them, and now two cars as he is overtaking Lars. Going to be splitting that battle for P2 in the TCRs. Roman doesn't mind it, but I'm not sure that Lars is too happy about it.
And by the way, guys, I talked a little bit earlier about how Adam Watson was catching the front three. He has caught that train in the GT3s. That 37 right behind the number 14, driven by Andrew Waring in that Evolve SimSport ASR car. So definitely going to try to find his way into this battle. He thought about making a move down the hill last time, but he is right there, trying to continue his climb from 11th currently to 4th, but he wants that 3rd spot.
Another car trying to get by Sakalis, now passing Lars. And the distance between Sakalis and Taylor is growing with each corner, and these GT4s not being able to really get past the TCRs. There, he's finally able to overtake the car of Elias Roman. That's our second place runner in the TCR class that he has left behind. One more to go, but we already mentioned earlier, Gruber is a ways away. It's up to 5.5 seconds.
It is indeed, Joe, but what this traffic has really done there for Roman is it's allowed him to gap that M-Power MTEC machine of Lars Wheeler while there. And so hopefully what that means for the Bombshell Racing Team Loki machine is that they will be able to pull in here and start to bridge the gap, that big gap up to Gruber. Already, now that he's been running in clear air, he's been able to take about a half a second out of it. He's already got it down just under 5 seconds, but whew, we've got some action there in the back with the GT3s.
Yeah, this is Diaz, O'Leary, and Waring trying to go past multiple classes now. And this has been like a traffic jam with these cars out here. Some of them able to make it through more cleanly than others. I see Mark Kalin taking the 172 into pit lane. That's interesting. Wonder if that's kicking off our scheduled stops. And into the first corner, we're finally getting some single file racing. As there is the number 6 of El Montes and the Adur black car, just trying to stay out of the way. That's for one of our GT4 drivers.
And by the way, I talked about Adam Watson catching right back up to your leaders in GT3. He drew the short straw there, and he dropped about 2 seconds off the back of Waring for that third spot. So definitely has the pace to get by to race with these front runners. He just needs to catch guys at the right time, because a little stroke of bad luck, unfortunately for him, drops him back 2 seconds off the guys in front.
It is a long race, and traffic is going to hurt you and help you throughout it. So you just kind of got to take the good with the bad, I'm pretty sure. As we see Fisher here just ahead of Diaz, and Diaz going to use the nice cutback to get around him before he breaks in. Whoa! And that was a pass for position. That was Waring trying to get by O'Leary, and successfully doing it. Really caught him napping.
Yeah, that was a moment there for Thomas Fisher in the losing train of thought here. In the Porsche, yeah, the Porsche GT4. Yeah, he had to go way wide to avoid contact there. That was an incredible bit of driving for him to keep things out of trouble.
And I'm seeing more of our GT4s in. These are our leaders. It's the Demon Tweaks car with Daniel Taylor is in. Sakalis is in for Adur White. Fitztai Hephaestus in third is in. This must be the end of the line in terms of the fuel window for our GT4 class. About 40 minutes in.
Indeed, Joe. So everybody get your calculators out and start doing what that math is going to be. Yeah, you can see everybody diving on in there. Looks like only the 165 able to keep out going. That's Lyndon Swaby in the BMW. So Lyndon very clearly has a light right foot. At least he better hope he does, because as you said, there's not a lot of elevation change, so there's not a lot of room to go downhill around here if they run out of gas.
Well, I think the biggest elevation change downhill, at least on the track, is coming towards pit lane. So if you can make it that far, you get that little bit of speed boost just from trying to work your way down pit road. But that's definitely an interesting strategy call, trying to go one more. Currently 20 seconds ahead of Daniel Taylor in the 140 that currently is second in that class.
So we're looking at 6 stints most likely for our GT4s. That's a lot of pit stops, a lot of chances to potentially try and get someone in the leapfrog game. Depends on what kind of speed you have. As we watch them now heading down into turn 9, the Lambo sending it around the outside as Lyndon Swaby lets him through. That was David Schutz there in the PG-13 car 1. Actually, both the PG-13 cars are right near each other. There, we've jumped back a little bit there. Yeah, there you can see that is the 1 car being trailed by the 2 car, Schutt and Cop car. Having started this race in 18th, this is actually a very nice gain for Nikhil. So he is up a lot of spots, about 4 up for the 31 car of Schutt.
Oh, we've got contact, by the way. The Scuderia Laundry Basket 69 car was running second in class and unfortunately got spun around by Andrew Waring into the number 14. Wow. That was a huge development there in the GT3s.
Oof. So Thomas O'Leary suddenly back in fourth now, finding things difficult here, trying to race with his fellow competitors. Warren just getting a little too close and tipping him to the side. Warren currently has Adam Watson actually up to his inside. This is a pass for position. Oh no, the TCRs, they come together as well.
They come together, make contact, and then keep on going, Joe. Great car control from both of those drivers. This is that battle with Roman and Weil.
The 37 that we were just talking about of Watson, we saw him get by Waring for the second spot, but he just had a huge moment getting by a lap car, then dropping 2 tires onto the grass. But man, everything's popping off in all these classes right now.
Really is. Look at how tight this is here, as well as drivers weaving around them as they try to battle around the outside. Can Lars make this one stick? The answer is no. Elias is going to deny him.
Yes, he is, and I'm not sure exactly how, for the record, that Lars was able to get up back by again. I'm assuming that was some lap traffic that played in. But yeah, this battle just continuing to duke out, and all the while, George Gruber just rubbing his hands at this. The gap now 8 seconds between the leaders, between the leader and this battle for P2.
Let's stay here, but interesting strategy call for Warren. The Evolve Sim Sport car is in pit lane now. So they have headed on down to either take a scheduled stop or just to get out of it. So we see our drivers fly past the start-finish line there. P1 or P2 and P3 have not been able to get away from one another in the slowest class. Here, Cook just has been kind of given watch behind them in that blue and black Audi as they fly down towards turn 3. Wow, just staying in the tire tracks.
Joe, speaking of scheduled pit stops, about 11th on back, all the GT3s have decided to work their way down pit road. So those guys now are starting to see the end of their fuel stints, and some of them starting to work their way down pit road, as Andrew Waring, that we just saw involved in that contact that we talked about. He started on first. He's down to 11th after taking 30 seconds of service.
Question is, what is he going to get in terms of clear air after this? Sticking our cameras on this challenge for second place, trying to use the traffic to his advantage. Lars, can he finally get through? Going to go the long way around in the S's. He's got the inside down into turn 9 as well. This is the desired line into the corner shorter, but then he's got to get the power off of it. Just tries to feed him off a little bit, but Roman finds some space as they go 3 wide, having to let Valverde go through. The battle continues, breaking deep into the hairpin of 10, and still not willing to give it up. Lars sticks with it.
Absolutely incredible stuff moving on by. That's Eric Mickey there as they continue to be side by side. Weil and Roman, it's a battle of the late breakers now going down into turn 11. Who's it gonna be? Roman to the inside, but Weil holds that outside line, carries some good momentum. The track's now gonna switch back in favor Weil, and indeed Roman cuts back in. He's gonna fall back in line.
Woo. Fierce fighting here for top spots in the TCRs. You can tell this means a lot to these drivers, and there seems to be very little between them right now.
More pit stops, all of the GT3. Sorry, Joe, more pit stops. Just about everybody except for Bradley Haley and Thomas O'Leary have worked their way down pit road. So definitely that time for the GT3s.
Makes me wonder if some drivers may be trying to think about pitting early to avoid getting caught out by a caution. Sometimes you'll see that in races with a yellow, just to avoid getting stuck out and having to lose track position when the caution comes out and needing to pit. So we fly down into turn 5 once again. And look at how close Elias is able to keep it, making sure that Lars is not going to be able to scamper away with this one. A little bit of a defensive move as well from the M-Plower car.
Yeah, this battle, these two competitors have been duking it out for so long here that they kind of are getting to know each other's way of driving here. And so for Elias Roman, just trying to figure out those areas where that 287 is going to be a little bit weaker. Ooh, that's a good run off of the corner going down to the hairpin. We've seen this multiple times, that this is an area that they'd like to overtake. They do have the third place car there in the 16th place car in GT2 coming up behind them in the form of Seleikis. So that may throw a little wrench into the works here. Roman not quite close enough to be able to get on by. He's going to pull back into the draft. Is he going to try for a late move here with that GT4? I wouldn't recommend it, and indeed, he's going to stay in line.
Oh, or is he? He stuck his nose in there. Had to back out of it, though. And that's some of our GT3 leaders, I think, coming through at the same time. A very difficult spot with the final chicane, offering basically a single line through. We've also had a driver change for the Scuderia laundry basket car. Looks like Alistair Catchpole is now in it, and that is going to send him back down to 4th. But everybody in the GT3s have stopped.
We've seen a couple of driver changes here in the GT3s. The 67 now has Liam Quinn, that kinetic racing machine, and Team Mad sent out Miguel Freitas after their stop in the number 36 for Team Mad.
So coming out of the turn 3 exit, a little bit look to the outside there. Oh, and Waring is trying to see if he can get out of this mess. Seleikis just in front of them is a lapped car in the GT4, so he's not involved. And I think Watson able to get clear now.
Yeah, Watson was peeking at going 4 wide there down the straightaway, but definitely thought better of it still. Just over 3 hours in this race remaining, and man, there's some of these guys are making some pretty aggressive moves for having so much time left.
Say that they feeling the pressure here early on. I think that they try and preserve the car a little bit more. We have to remember that there is no spare car in this series. If you damage it, you've got to...
Oh, we've had a hit, Joe. We've had a hit to the MTEC machine. Oh, my goodness. That was coming on through. I believe that was Alistair Catchpole that was coming through in the Lamborghini. He got into the side of Weil.
Right after the pit stop. Apparently hasn't acclimated to the classes yet now that he's hopped into the car. So second place in the TCR is getting a few big bumps. I'm not sure how much damage there is on it at this stage. Roman did manage to get past in that process, though.
I think the good news for Lars Weil is that the contact was at relatively low speed coming through the hairpin at turn 10, so not a whole lot of damage, and these TCRs are known for taking a good lick. So I don't think he's going to have too much trouble, and it certainly doesn't look like it as he's continuing that fight with Elias Roman.
They got some more company, though. You can see behind them just lurking, and going to send it in Bradley Haley, taking that 5th place GT3 car to split them. Then going to try and finish the job here out of turn 4, and easily done as he holds off to the left-hand side. Cars all trying to pick their lane as they break. Kingsbury just ahead of Statler, which is going to keep him in the 6th spot of the GT3s.
Yeah, lost a couple spots there for Kingsbury on pit road, but cycled back out in the 6th spot, and he's barely holding on to that spot. As right behind him, you mentioned Stadler. Stadler running a charity livery there as well in his car for fighting cancer. I believe it's fighting colorectal cancer, and he said get behind a cure on the rear wing of that car, and I think that's something we can all get behind. And drivers racing for respective charities or with their car in honor of loved ones. And it's just great to see iRacing come together in such a way.
A little bit of an attack around the outside there from Statler, and Kingsbury fends him off. But look at the great cutback that Harold got. He's going to have the inside. That looks like a lift to me. Kingsbury maybe getting a message on the radio to let him go. Not worth fighting him for now.
Yeah, and Kingsbury, a very smart driver. He knows his limitations in these cars, and yeah, I mean, he's held on to that sixth into the top 5 for so long, and he's got a very skilled teammate that's going to follow up in his car in just probably a matter of an hour or so, and that's Blake Reynolds, his teammate there in the 52 KES LLM car.
Boy, if you ever wanted a teammate, Blake Reynolds is definitely up there. That should give him quite a bit of speed. A champion. Oh, as they go up the inside of George Gruber. Thankfully, George was watching and stayed off to the side to let them through, but that could have been very hairy amongst them. Salikas now allowing them by. Looks like one of our PG-13 cars also going to follow them around the shut, who is currently in 8th in the GT3 class.
And the interesting thing to note, it looks like, and I'm going to have to check with a couple of other cars. Yeah, it looks like the center nose light there on the Lamborghinis has come on. So definitely the sun's starting to set, and they get that extra light going there on the nose of those Lamborghinis.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how dark it will get here today, since it's still somewhat early in springtime in the virtual world. Before, we mentioned the PG-13 cars riding together. Ooh, and pulling off to the right-hand side. That's interesting. I don't think Shutt's trying to break the slipstream to the 56, because that's his teammate behind him. You can see they've gone for sort of reversed paint schemes. Green in the front, purple in the back with Shutt, and the opposite for Bidwell in the 56. And a pit stop for David Shutt. This is interesting. He hasn't been out all that long.
In the way that he pulled over down that straightaway, I don't know if that was to signal he was coming to pit lane, or if he had an issue maybe with something mechanical in the real world, because we might not have some of the mechanical failures you'll see in real life, but you'll definitely see them with the sim rig. He jumps out of the car, and yeah, they're going to make a driver swap here.
Okay, well, this is a bit odd, though, because I would think they'd want to have done it in the last stop, unless they just had something where the other driver wasn't there and ready quite yet. So we look back at Diaz now. The car behind him is Gowan, so that's not for position. That's in the slower class.
Yeah, it's a very interesting battle. Still, that second place position in the GT3s has been hot this entire race, and it's still between Watson and Waring as they are about 6 seconds now behind Diaz. So Diaz pitting a lap before these guys really seems to have paid off, because his clean track has really put him out to a 4-second gap, which before the pit stops, I don't recall it ever being that much.
No, definitely wasn't. Oof, he got awful close, though, as he was trying to lap the GT4 of Sinton. They didn't see it on screen. And Waring is pushing as well, trying to catch up whatever he can while he gets chased by Samortal.
And Catchpole has done a great job recovering from that team's spin earlier. He still holds on to that 4th spot and got 3 seconds on Bradley Haley holding on to that 5th spot.
I think we're starting to get into the realm, DJ, where drivers are settling in. We're seeing everybody kind of play out their own strategy. There's some battles here and there, but for the most part, this is you've got the car, you've got the track. Now go put some laps in.
Yeah, exactly, Joe. This is that phase of the race where you really start to just sort of get into the motion of everything. You don't want to push too hard here. Yes, you're going to have that adrenaline just pumping in the early stages of the race where you want to get ahead. And now as we get into this 3 hours to go mark, this is where we get into a rhythm. You want to build that out. Everything starts to slow down and you really start driving to the delta. You start driving to the times that you need to put in, and you're not really focused about driving against the cars around you. You're just focused on driving against that clock.
By the way, guys, I was just talking about Alistair Catchpole in the 4th position in the GT3s. He just had substantial contact with Christopher Hickman's Sequential Sim Sports 152 in the GT4 class, and it was not a light tap coming off the corner, but both cars seemed to get away with it. But there's probably going to be some damage to the right side of that number 69 of number 69 Scuderia Laundry Basket car driven by Alistair Catchpole.
There we see him on the screen. Would have bumped the left-hand side of the car, and somebody trying to make a pass there. That was Gowan, along with the car of Sinton. So all 3 classes represented in one shot briefly. Amazingly, we've only lost, looks like 2 drivers. That is Dominic Insberg and John Lang. Called it a day early in this very long race.
Yeah, and you can see the substantial damage on the nose of that 69, the right front. The entire fender is peeled up away from the headlight. So there's definitely some damage there. I wonder how that's going to impact the handling of that race car.
It's hard to say. But we have reached the 1 hour mark, the first hour mark in this race. Your top 5 in the GT3 class is currently Michael Diaz leading the way by about 4.5 seconds over the number 14 of the Evolve SimSport team, with Andrew Waring still in that car. Then it is Adam Watson in the Simmortal team in the 37. Scuderia Laundry Basket, Catchpole driving for them, having recently overtaken for O'Leary. And P5 down to Bradley Haley in the Sector 5 Haley Agency machine. What's the top 5 look like in GT4s, Chad?
In the GT4s, it is Daniel Taylor for Demon Tweaks. They've led just about every lap of this race. They're followed by the Andrew White car of Andreas Sakalis. And then it's Texans Fitztai, driven by Daniel Cheney. Dog Bear MTEC there in the 184, currently in the 4th spot. And U-Race BR Esports Green, driven by Christian Pereira, wraps up the top 5 in the GT4s.
In the TCRs, everything's a little bit shuffled around because we've got some of the leaders coming down into pit stops, but they are currently being led by Sector 5 Backball and Chris Sherburne, followed by that Grizzly TFR by TFR Lab and David Molinarowitz. Team 19 in Gary Thomas line up in P3, followed by that M-Plower M-Tech machine of Lars Wild that we have seen many times. And then the STR Audi TCR team of Martin Shirley, they line up in 5th.
And that is Thomas actually off track right there, outbraked himself into turn 5, and I'm not sure why. Didn't hit anything. He gets going, but he falls to 6th. That, however, is going to take us to a quick break. We'll come back with 3 more hours of racing here in the Majors Team Endurance Challenge.
iRacing is a sim racing game that combines a true-to-life racing experience with an online community of virtual racers from all around the globe. iRacing offers a multitude of officially licensed cars and tracks, laser scanned with millimeter accuracy. Their car models and mechanical systems are based on real-world physics, engineered in cooperation with manufacturers and race teams. Their skill license system ranges from rookie to pro, ensuring members are always pitted against those with similar skill sets. Members are able to sign up for a weekly race series, compete in time trials, host a private race with friends, and participate in racing leagues created and run by the community. With over 170,000 members, iRacing works in partnership with renowned motorsports organizations like NASCAR to to deliver virtual races based on the real-life NASCAR Cup Series, as well as many other series on the NASCAR ladder. iRacing also features team racing, providing a variety of options for members to create and manage their own teams. Race with friends or real-world teammates in full-length endurance events like the 24 Hours of Daytona, Spa 24, or the Bathurst 12 Hour. Additional partners include IMSA, World of Outlaws, Supercars, and IndyCar, allowing members to race in their very own Indianapolis 500, Bathurst 1000, Chili Bowl, and many more iconic events. This is iRacing, delivering the most authentic racing experience short of getting into a real race car. Sign up today at iRacing.com.
This is iRacing, the world's premier online racing game. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat to experience today's newest form of competitive motorsport, virtual racing, all from your home PC. Race virtually in indoor series from NASCAR, IndyCar, IMSA.
Welcome back to Twin Ring Motegi. We are watching round one of the Majors Team Endurance Challenge. Your leaders in each class are Diaz for the DRT team, the number 30 car, and GT3. Demon Tweaks Esports GT4 by Fitstye, and the 142 car with Daniel Taylor in that one, as we got some action on screen coming down into turn 10. And you saw during the break we had plenty happening there as well. And then leading the TCRs, it was Grizzly TFR by TFR Lab, David Melnorowics in the 269. So watching the battle for P2 here in GT3, Andrew Waring still fending off Adam Watson.
And this has been a battle that's been raging the entire event. And Watson started pretty far down in the field, started 11th, worked his way up to second at one point, but has some work to do to get back up to the front. These guys are 3 seconds or so off of Michael Diaz, who leads the overall race.
Having to split on either side of Fisher there, but Watson not able to get through them. And yet more traffic in front. This is Brendan Murdoch, that quality control car. He's going to stay off to the left-hand side, let both of them pass. Nicely done. Still separated by about 0.3 of a second. Warren Watson in a hard-fought battle.
And it's been so much fun watching these guys pick their way through traffic, just one car at a time. And if they end up catching a train of cars like they have on multiple occasions, they somehow find a way to not lose each other, but still have a great deal of traffic. And it sounds actually like we've got a black flag coming to Andrew Waring. Trying to figure out the reason for that, but he's going to have to work his way down pit road.
Yeah, we're going to look into that, see if we can get information from the stewards on that one. As for those penalties, let's see, depending on what it was, they've got a stop and hold for 30 seconds, stop and hold for 60 seconds, drive-through penalties, and all various other number of things. So it just depends on what he had the infraction for.
Yeah, and that's one of the benefits to having live stewards, is they can kind of be more precise with the penalties that they give out. It looks like the only thing that I could think that it would be for would be something along the lines of either a pit road penalty or
he made
contact. Yeah, because
remember he got into the side of was it Diaz that he touched going into 1 and 2? It was so long ago at this point. It might have been because of that. And that did cause some chaos there. So I wonder if that's what it was for. If so, this is going to be a rough blow for them. But again, we don't know if we're going to get a caution as we get another GT4 car just having trouble staying on track. Kingsbury trying to stay out of their way. Matt in the 121 Dirt Esport car, now out of harm's way.
And there is a relation to the other Kingsbury that is in the field, the GT3, of course, driven by Ray Kingsbury that we've talked about. They are twin brothers. Ray is the winner of that race by just a couple of minutes. But these guys, they race each other all the time. They are very competitive racers, and their whole family lives on iRacing, from what it seems.
What's interesting is we haven't seen the car of Warren's go into pit lane yet, so I'm guessing that they're trying to protest this and see if they can get it removed. But I think I'll have to double check the rules. I think they only have so many laps before they have to come in and serve that, or else they're going to get a DQ for it. So you don't want to delay this too long, and eventually you got to give up the ghost and just bite the bullet.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate to see that penalty, and it's going to be interesting to find if we can find out what it's for, because just the timing of it seems so odd. That contact that he was in, you mentioned, it feels like it was an hour ago at this point.
It was close to something like that because it was in the first hour of the race, and it was definitely earlier on in that. There's a whole lot of cars in his way. Mueller, Alex Gal, and Gary Thomas is going to be able to get by each of them one by one. There we go. And that actually worked out quite well. There's having to dodge and weave. Watson is not having as good of a time trying to overtake. Dick Mueller just trying to position himself in a safe spot, but Watson eventually figures out what's open, and the gap is up to 1.3 seconds.
And Waring still has not come down pit road. That's surprising to me, because I would think that typically under iRacing rules, when you receive a black flag, you only have 3 laps to serve it. So he must have to come down this time, unless they're trying to figure out what is going on with the penalty.
Okay, well, we're going to keep an eye on that just to see when and if he comes in. But I can definitely see that a message sent in the text chat that Waring was black flagged. So we'll try and suss that out after the pit stops for the TCR, since we did kind of stop in the midst of those, DJ. It looks like the 269 still leading the way, and that gap just continues to grow. Oh, we had a car off, sorry. We just had Christopher Hickman in the 152 go flying into the barriers at full tilt. I think he may have had a little contact involved in this, because he just speared off the road.
Yeah, and you can see the pretty heavy damage there sustained to the front of that Porsche. It's going to be able to pull it off to the side here, come down pit lane, and see if they can bang on it. But that is very, very rough for him.
Yeah, that was the PG-13 car number 1 that was the one that induced that contact, or the GT3 Lamborghini. That was the one that caused that contact. And I know those Sequential Sim Sports guys pretty good as well, and they are, I'm sure, not very happy about it as they finally limp their way down to pit road and cars up on jacks, just trying to get as much of that damage beaten out as they possibly can.
It's a real shame at this stage in the race. We're not even halfway through yet. You see one of the PG-13 cars still out there rolling. And Waring is just giving us a lot of stuff here. He's been caught once again by Watson, partly because of what looks like just enormous amounts of traffic. Trying to go to the inside of Gal, who is within the same class but a lap down.
Yeah, just the way that they're catching some of these lapped cars makes things very interesting. By the way, the report from the Sequential Sim Sports team, they have 12 minutes of required repairs on that car, but they say they're going to try to get back out there and just kind of log some laps here to keep their, see if they can't at least get survive and scramble to get some points here for the championship.
just about had a big moment there for Andrew Warren in the midst of that group, having to take avoiding action on Robert Gamble and the Sector 5 car. Tried to turn in, it looked like at a weird time. Thankfully, the Audi TCR car did not make contact as far as we can tell, and Warren once again clear. Not sure if Warren is trying to get extra screen time this race or what, but it's all been happening with that Evolve Sim Sport car.
Yeah, they've been up at the front of the field the entire time, but they've definitely lost even more time to DRT. They were now 5 seconds back last time by the stripe. Still feeling the pressure from Simmortal as well. Scuderia Laundry Basket, though, they are just kind of biding their time. It looks like the damage was not significant enough to cause any fall off, and lap times are still right there with the rest of their class in terms of what they are turning on track after the contact about 15 or so laps ago.
Well, it hasn't been a perfectly clean race for the Laundry Basket team, but they're still in fourth. However, they got a threat from behind. Bradley Haley has taken the 43 Sector 5 car to their rear bumper. This is down into turn 5. So they all get on the binders once again. More traffic in front of them. Murphy Nichols has hopped into the Bombshell 286 car, taking over for that team. So he's going to have to let them by. Murphy, one of the drivers on Project Alien, one of the select 8 that got abducted. And glad to see him out here competing in the majors.
By the way, Joe, I'm seeing the number 14 of Andrew wearing the Evolve Sim Sport car has disconnected from the session while just running on track. I'm not showing anything that says they were disqualified from the race, but that's an interesting development.
Yeah, I was just looking for that myself, and usually we see some sort of message like that. This is bizarre. Again, we're trying to get in contact with the steward, see if we can get some information on that one, as weaving around yet more of the slower classes. This was the fight for fourth. Now it's the fight for the podium.
Yeah, that Sector 5 car has been very patient in making moves. He was behind the KES Industries last lap motorsports car for about 10 or 15 laps earlier, and just bided his time, waited to try to find the opportunity to make a move, and he finally got by. And that Sector 5 car is trying everything he can to get onto the podium. Right now, he's holding on to the 4th spot, and he can't work his way up to 3rd.
It's Mercedes versus Lamborghini here. And we talked about the time of day a little bit earlier. While the clouds are starting to clear up, you can see the sun is getting ever lower in the sky. It's already 5:30 p.m. virtual standard time here at the circuit. So they're going to be ending around 8 o'clock here, which should probably be just about getting to the darkness of night. Catching up to more of this lap traffic, it's Daniel Cheney and Sakalas just in front of them, both actually fighting for second here in the GT4s. They got to respect this battle. Getting around the inside of the GT4 Porsche, the Merc now having to do likewise. Getting close to the bumper of the Lambo. Not close enough to attack, though.
Yeah, and it's very interesting moves all throughout this field. That Scuderia Laundry Basket car just weaving down the straight, now down the hill on the brakes, and unfortunately not going to be able to put a car in between himself and Bradley Haley. But man, these guys are just very aggressive right now.
Oh, they really are there. And Joe, they are now coming across the battle for P4 in that TCR class. Now, that's the STR Audi TCR team, the not recommended motorsports team. Little bit of an out of sequence battle there, as Not Recommended has been in through the pit cycle, and the STR Audi TCR team has not. So a little bit of frustration, I'd have to imagine, from that 279 as they want to get on by here as quick as possible because they are in a different pit cycle.
There's a lot of cars coming up behind him. We've been seeing this a lot. There seems to be pockets of traffic that just start to emerge. God, I cannot imagine trying to decipher where to go in these situations, but credit to the drivers so far. It's been pretty decent out there. I guess it helps that this season we have much slower vehicles that are competing with one another. Michelle managing to get past is now the PG-13 2 car with Bidwell in it, gets by Sakalis.
And by the way, Joe, just a note on that sunset that we were talking about. It looks like it's going to be about 6:15, so 45 minutes from now is when the sun will be fully set beyond the horizon, and it'll just keep getting darker and darker from there. So these guys are going to have some fun with their headlights and underlights here at Twin Ring Motegi's. And wow, 3 wide there between a couple of TCRs. Wow.
That's Hop and Shirley with Cheney trying to go by. So that's a battle for position for 4th in the TCRs.
Yes, it is. That's that battle that we were talking about. Hop and Shirley going at it in that Not Recommended and the STR Audi TCR machine. Down to the inside is Hop trying to make it work, but a great defense there from Martin Shirley trying to hold that out as long as they can. Now carrying momentum is the 279. Oh, they're not banging doors at this point is beyond me. Some great battling, and they've got to be careful because now the Mad Sim Racing Great Hire team in the back, that is Doug Buchanan getting interested.
250 car has probably 1 spot. Can he get 2? Looking to the inside of Hop, but the Hop looks like, oh, he gives him space. Thought he was going to chop him off. They're going to continue this fight out of turn 2, down towards turn 3. Inside goes to Jaden now as Buchanan slots back in line, gives it up. Still got 1 out of it. A very savvy move.
Very savvy move indeed. And as we said, though, the biggest gain out of that is that Not Recommended Motorsports machine piloted by Jaden Hop right now. He needed to get by because that STR Audi TCR, that 237 of Martin Shirley, they had not come into the pits yet. And so they are now able to get by. But the battle continues here as that is Buchanan trying to dive down to the inside. Not able to get it done. He's going to have to fall back into line.
That was a moment there for the Now Motorsport. That was that teal Golf car that you saw, just sky blue Golf car that was just trying to find a way through and weaving, finally got by. But these guys just doing everything they can to keep their battle interesting, but let the faster classes by at the same time.
Whew. So as the drivers continue on this fight, glad that we can give some love here to these TCRs because the racing is just as intense, even if it is the slowest class on the track. Can't miss Jaden's car, that's for sure. The thing is a magnet for the eyes with that bright magenta. And so far, Jaden Hop not having the best of days. Remember, they were higher up the field when they got tipped off the track at one point.
Yeah, indeed they did, Joe. So this is a bit of a recovery drive here for the 279, but this is a time when they can maybe just start to stretch their legs a little bit, focus on the road ahead. Hopefully they'll be able to extend the gap here from Buchanan and just run clean. They've already made their first pit stop, so they're just trying to go here.
Starting lap 39 now for these two. Just outside of the podium positions. I'm hearing some pit stops. It looks like our GT4s have kicked that off, including our leaders. Taylor is in. Sakalis is in. Cheney on pit lane. I'm seeing a few drivers swapping out. Ray Partridge hops in for the Dog Bear MTEC 184. Marcos Eberhardt also getting in for U-Race BR Esports Green. And this makes sense to me as we should be pretty close, if not on that 40-60 mark, where a lot of these drivers have to have that swap out.
Yeah, indeed, Joe. So there we're seeing that driver swap. And now this is the interesting part of this MTEC series where we will see what these drivers can do because it's now a different driver in the car. Are driving styles going to be similar? Are they going to be different? How are things going to change now that this second driver is hopping behind the seat?
I've finally got some information on the number 14 car that was, I guess, disqualified at this point. We are seeing that it was avoidable contact ruled, 30-second stop and hold, and that was with the Suderia Laundry Basket team. Thomas O'Leary, I think, was the one that contact was with. So that's why we no longer see them on the track, because they never served that penalty. And unfortunately, either they weren't paying attention or their disagreement with the steward showed who has the power here today.
Yeah, indeed, Joe. So very sad to see them get out of that. That was a good fight, but we've got to focus back on what is going on track, because as these pit stops cycle out, this is the time when we start to see what's going to happen. Following here in some of those leaders in the GT4 category right now.
We had a wreck in the GT4s we're hearing, but we'll try and check in on that a little bit later. Flying down into the infield section. This is Taylor still back up at the lead with Salakis just behind him and the Adura Black car, but this is a lap down, so that's not for position. He's trying to get by the Team Thor car. That's Hageman, who's going to stay off to the side. Let him through. Doesn't want to lose time now in the midst of the pit stop sequence, lest he get caught up by one of his rivals.
No, you certainly don't here as we check back in on some more of those GT4s making their way around the track right now. This is the 177. This is the Erdui White machine currently being piloted by Celiakis, as we've said.
I'm getting some more information on this incident that happened with the 14 team. We are hearing that they were not aware that they had to serve that penalty, so they were automatically booted by iRacing. This wasn't the stewards themselves that removed them. iRacing, if you don't serve your black flag, we'll give you 3 laps to do it. You don't come in, you're gone.
And that's an interesting one, just because typically you've got your spotter going in your ear saying you have a black flag to serve, and usually there's a pop-up on your display as well that would tell you. So interesting to see that. Definitely surprising, to say the least.
That was our first penalty in this race. We have had a few that are saying they're going to get a post-race review. So it's not the first protest we've had in this race, but it's the first one that netted a penalty. It's sad to see it wound up that way, and it was one of our more competitive teams on top of that. I guess a lesson learned the hard way. Chad, though, you were telling me a little bit about one of our drivers in the 17 car that just hopped in. You got an interesting story on this one.
Yeah, that's Jack Belton that just jumped in there for the Spark Virtual Racing team, and I know him from another GT league that he runs in, and last season actually was cut short for him as he was diagnosed with Hodgkin's lymphoma. But great to see him back out in the car, and he said it was emotional the first time he got back into the simulator after going through some treatment for that, and definitely quite the story there for the 17. Great to see him out on track and just turning some laps here. They're well off the lead, about a minute or so, minute and a half behind the overall, or the class leader. But Jack Belton, great driver, great story for him in that number 17 Spark car.
I love those feel-good stories that we get here in sim racing that allows people to compete in a way that would be very difficult in the real world sometimes. So, oh, and whoa, things getting feisty. Catchpole with Laundry Basket is trying to fend off Kingsbury for 5th place, and that is also another one in the fight. In 7th, Devotion Sim Racing, Merrick Chal is watching this probably with bated breath, hoping that he could maybe pick up a spot. We hop onto the roof of the number 52 as he chases down Alistair.
Yeah, and this is about, it kind of surprised me to see it pop up the way that it did, because Scuderia Laundry Basket was a couple of seconds clear last time I looked at the timing and scoring, but Kingsbury is right back in the thick of things right now, and he wants to try to find a way by getting himself back up to where he started this race.
Making a real race of it right now, just putting the pressure on, trying to show himself in the mirrors. He goes a little wide, though. Jason thinks about trying to attack on that one, but isn't close enough to capitalize. Now they got to get past one of our GT4 cars. Eberhardt stays off to the side, compromises the exit of Kingsbury, and he falls a couple more car lengths off the back of Catchpole.
And just biding his time right now, trying to just find a way through all of this lap traffic, using all of the racetrack there, and he's going to have a great run down the straightaway. Is going to peek his nose before they get to the next corner. We'll have to wait and see, but he is right there with the opportunity waiting.
Looking to the inside, and Kingsbury actually gets it in there this time, overtakes the Lambo, and that's going to give him 5th place. Catchpole suddenly demoted. And all this fighting means that now I see a little green and purple car showing up in the background. That's PG-13 car 2. With Bidwell starting to gain on this group.
Yeah, there's just an entire freight train going down the front straightaway there, and man, there's just nowhere for anybody to kind of run away and hide and hit any clean laps. So at this point, just if you try to make your pit stop off sequence to get fresh air, I don't know where you're going to find any.
Probably not much of anywhere on this track. There's still 47 cars running. Our only DNF is sadly the ones that failed to serve the penalty in the number 14 car. Everybody else is still rolling on the track, which is great to see that we still have plenty of action for us here with 2 hours and 30 minutes left to go in round 1 of the Majors Team Endurance Challenge.
And by the way, a little moment we just saw in that train there, side by side, were the twins, Ray and Matt Kingsbury. And I don't think that Ray was too happy about his brother kind of fighting his way around that corner. But no harm, no foul. They keep things going.
So that's the Dirt E-Sport car, the 121 for Matt Kingsbury. Always love to see the families out here as well. As you know, there's certainly some history there and how they're going to race one another, whether that be good or bad. Coming off of turn 10 now as they pull away from the other Kingsbury. And I'll tell you what, Ray has got the bit between his teeth. He's been freed up. I think he was held up by Alistair for a moment because he's already put almost a second behind him.
Yeah, and that was surprising to me because after the pit stops, Kingsbury kind of slowly shuffled back from about 4th down to 7th, and now he's all the way back up to where he started this race. In just a matter of time, I don't know that we'll see the lap times that are able to compete, but I think he's just kind of holding his own, waiting for his teammate to get into the car because we know that his teammate does have plenty of pace that we've talked about.
One of our kinetic cars having trouble here. Oh, and it looks like some serious damage. Yeah, that wheel is not on correctly. That's the 165. So that is Gerard Gilbert. Kinetic 165. Ooh, this was contact with Adam Watson. I'm not sure if this will have any effects on Watson because of either damage or potentially a penalty, but he just got into the corner of the 165 on Gilbert's lap 44. So the damage was enough that the suspension was borked and he had to take a tow. Oh, and the 41 is also towed into pit lane, if I'm seeing correctly. Try and look for that. That's Gilbert, or excuse me, not Gilbert. That is Watson on our screen there in the green car. Not for position around him. He's actually very clear of everybody in his class. 11 seconds, 12 seconds behind Diaz, and 18 seconds ahead of Bradley Haley. That'll really be frustrating, knowing he's basically got clear track to run here and find himself penalized if that winds up being the case. So he's got to cross fingers that he was a good boy here and can keep that second position for the time being.
That was a scheduled pit stop, by the way, for the number 41 Meow Meow Motorsports car. They did make a driver change at the time as well, with Tice Hodge and Rainer Costello now getting into the car.
The 52 is in. Kingsbury pits after some fierce battling for the GT3 class. Can see followed in by a few others here. Looks like PG-13 car 2 has Trent Brown now hopping in the car, taking over for Bidwell. So they've got, if I'm seeing correctly, 4 drivers potentially in that class. My goodness, they want to give everybody a chance.
And no driver swap for the 52 yet as well. So he's going to just take his 30 or so seconds of service and be back on his way. So Kingsbury off pit road without incident, but still in the car, which is, I guess he's going to be doing one more stint, which will take that car just past halfway in the race before he switches it over to his teammate.
Back out on track now. Kingsbury runs in 10th position after fighting just inside the top 5 a little bit ago as we come back to the 171. Now, these are an interesting pair of cars that we actually see close together. The 172 and 171 are both from the Precision Racing League that we also cover here on GSRC. And they've got Bradley Holly and Charles Sumner in the car right now. And DJ, we've seen these two really take to the road racing side of things quite well lately. Awful fun seeing them now heading into true endurance racing.
Yeah, really and truly, both of these drivers traditionally focused a little bit more on the NASCAR side of things, but they've really taken to road racing quite well. Bradley Holly, in particular, has had some really, really good runs as of late in the Precision Racing League's GT Series, and so seeing them jump in like this, well, it's a pretty natural progression to see them do, but yeah, great to see the PRL putting some good teams out there.
Yeah, Holly's actually had a win in the MX-5 series over there, so I'd say he's done fair for himself. Meanwhile, we got some driver changes down in the GT3s, Chad.
Yeah, DRT, your overall leader, when they came down pit road, made a change with Jose Lockwood getting into the car. The second place running car as well of Simmortal didn't make a driver swap as well, with Chris Wood getting in there. As well, the driver behind them, Demon Tweaks, Esports by Fitzsty, did make a change as well with Gareth and Mitchell. So just about everybody seems to have made a driver swap, with the exception of a couple of cars. The 69 of Catchpole, we talked about him getting into the car on their last stop. We'd expect to see him, Haley, and Stadler, your front 3 now, seem to make their way down pit road probably within the next lap or so.
We saw Jaden Hop there on screen. Oh, Hop actually still in a battle side by side there in the background with Buchanan. And this is for the podium here in these TCRs. I'm kind of impressed that Hop has worked his way back up to here already. Around the outside, Buchanan's hanging tough. Oh, but he goes 2 wheels into the grass. And that's going to be position 3 to Hop.
Yeah, and these two have really been duking it out, Joe, quite intensely over the course of the race, just absolutely not getting away from each other. Hop, though, does seem to have a little bit better pace, but just not able to break away fully from Buchanan.
Down to start another lap. They're going to continue around as I hear someone else coming into pit lane. Looks like Alistair Catchpole. Okay, so this is some of the last of our GT3s. The Sudarir Laundry Basket team is in. There's someone else in front of him. I was trying to figure out who
That's the Texans car of driven by Harold Stadler that's working their way down pit road as well. So both of those guys are coming down, or work their way down pit road. Bradley Haley is the only person at the front of this field that has not stopped. Alex Rose is about 4 laps off cycle as well. But some of these guys have to be thinking, I guess, pretty soon here about maybe a caution coming out. We're coming up on halfway through and haven't seen one yet.
Yeah, that makes me think we'll probably see most drivers maybe try to pit a little early here, just in anticipation of their one being coming out potentially. And this also gives us an idea of how many cautions we might see because if we get one before that halfway mark, there's a good chance we could get a second one. Remember, this is marked by the number of total incident points of everybody out there on track, and it resets as soon as the yellow comes out, and it has to hit that same number again. But none of the drivers know what that number is. They just have to be on their toes to know that there is a chance that potentially we could have a caution at any stage during this race. Bradley Haley, by the way, still keeping going in that Merc, has not pit yet for the second time in this race. Let's see if he goes in this time. Certainly putting himself in a little bit of danger, though he does lead some laps, and there we go.
We really haven't talked about it up to this point, Joe, but that pit in there coming off of those final corners, so very difficult. The chicane coming into pit lane, we have seen it catch out more than a few drivers, and with more than a few pit stops left to go here, I've got to hope that it does not catch anybody else out, because it can be absolutely brutal. We have seen it claim more than a few front runners over time.
By the way, one thing to note towards the back of the field, the 152 sequential sim sports car currently being driven by Christopher Hickman. We saw them involved in heavy contact earlier, but they are back on track now, 12 laps down. Just kind of riding things out, going to try to make up any time that they possibly can. Try to just salvage some points as we continue on through this race.
Yeah, that was a wreck down just before the final chicane. They plowed nose first into the barrier. We're still waiting on the Kinetic MTEC 165 to get back out on track, too. They've been taking repairs for roughly 8 minutes now. I believe a suspension is somewhere around the realm of 12 to 14 minutes for the crew to get those done in iRacing. So might still be a couple more minutes, but it's hard to know exactly for sure. And back out on the track. Looks like it is Jimbo Pfeiffer now hopping in for Bradley Haley and the 43 machine.
And by the way, the battle for second, what we're looking at here, this is second place overall. This is Texans there in the 68 and that Spark KES Industries last lap motorsports car driven by Ray Kingsbury still. Kingsbury somehow made up a ton of ground during that pit cycle. He was running about fifth and now worked all the way up to the third spot, now fighting for second.
Love the advancements we've been seeing. And that's one of the things I do love, Chad, about endurance racing with teams is you get more than variance on tire strategy and things like that, but who is in the car when can see drivers rise and fall through the field.
And not only that, but when you make the driver swap as well, it does add some time onto your pit stop. So that might have played a part for him to get one or two of those spots back, like Jimbo Pfeiffer getting into the car. That costs about an extra 20 seconds for you to make that driver swap. So I think that for these guys, especially a lot of these two-car teams, they're going to have the advantage of making fewer driver swaps compared to, say, a couple of those cars that have 3 or 4 drivers, or if they make multiple driver changes, definitely going to add to your time stationary and hurt your overall race pace.
And PG-13 car 1 is in pit lane. Alex LaRose currently in there. This fight, though, is very tight. Matt Kingsbury going to stay off to the right-hand side. Ray Kingsbury lapping him, and just behind Chris Wood, not letting him get away. Making sure to keep in contact. That Porsche chasing the fellow Porsche for third spot. Last step on the podium.
Yeah, quite an exciting battle there. And I think that the guy in the middle here, Ray Kingsbury, he's got to be looking out his mirror, but also out his windshield, because he does have that podium on the line. And as competitive as I know that he is, he definitely doesn't want to give up any position.
They're going to be coming up to an interesting one, because I see a battle still going on for third between Hop and Buchanan. And I think they're going to catch that battle probably within a lap.
Yeah, and there's that battle between Hop and Buchanan on your screen right now. As you said, Joe, this is just a battle that will not go away. We've seen some of the best racing out here on track in these TCRs. Looks like Buchanan's got a little bit of the edge coming down, but Hop will have the inside line if he chooses to go for it going down into turn 11. Looks like Hop's going to back out of it a little bit, let Buchanan take that line. Hop will come back to try a different approach.
Indeed, and you can see that battle in the background, just getting ever closer. First up, going to be second place, pulling a little bit of a gap, Statler, trying to make sure that he can have an easier time, not have to worry about what's in his mirrors, just trying to overtake those two TCR cars. Not close enough to attack down into turn 1. Jaden Hop, so just staying put. Just behind them, though, the headlights of the Porsches getting ever closer. There goes Statler, gets both of them in one. Oh, almost opens the door for Hop. Tried to stick his nose in on Doug, but Doug shut it as quickly as he could. Then we get, having to play slalom once again. Our GT3 cars going side by side. Kingsbury being passed around the outside by Wood, and successfully. What a maneuver!
Absolutely, just sending it on the throttle around the outside. And I think a little bit there, as Kingsbury said, hey, I know you've got me, so I'll just let you go on by. And a little bit of an apology there from the 250 of Doug Buchanan over the radio, just apologizing, saying, sorry, Ray, if I blocked you there. And I think that definitely compromised the run of Kingsbury on that straightaway.
Sometimes those things are going to happen in multi-class racing. So just got to kind of take the good with the bad. Back to the battle now for P3. Buchanan ahead of Jaden Hop. So come around turn 10 onto the long support pit straight. But it appears that Jaden Hop is going to have to get closer to Buchanan if he wants to attack this time.
Yeah, not quite close enough to make it work there, but as we've seen, this battle will not die away, so I have no doubt that Jaden Hop will be able to keep up this fight. Just continues to go back and forth and back and forth. This TCR is not really getting away from each other, but out front in this category, David Molinarowitz absolutely pulling away to the tune of about 20 seconds here at this point.
Yeah, this has been impressive from that 269 team. George Gruber kicking them off, really taking advantage of the fact that the lead was basically dropped in his lap. And then David Melnarovitz is picking up the torch and running away with it. The race is far from over, so there's still plenty to go. He's been managing this quite well. Getting close to the halfway mark, though, in this thing. You could see, we were mentioning earlier about the sun setting, and should go below the horizon probably, within about a half an hour here?
I was seeing about 6:15 from the good old Google machine, so about 15 minutes from now is when it's going to be true sunset, and just going to keep getting darker. Civil twilight isn't going to be for another 45 minutes or so after that when we reach total darkness.
Your leader in each of the classes right now, still the DRT team up at the front of the GT3s with Lockwood now in the car, Lockwood, excuse me, in that number 30 machine. See, he's dealing with traffic of his own, just going by Molnarowicz, who I mentioned earlier, is leading, of course, in the the TCRs. And then we've got the GT4s, which I believe has been the same driver. Yeah, same driver this whole time. Daniel Taylor has been taking it for almost the full 2 hours since the green flag dropped in that 142 Demon Tweaks car.
Yeah, doing a really good job to keep it up there. The UK&I driver absolutely killing it and getting a pretty good advantage. He's only about 6 seconds ahead of his rival competitor in the Air to White machine. but doing a good job to just manage that pressure, manage that traffic, and that's exactly the kind of stuff you need to do here in these endurance races.
Keep the car clean, keep it rolling, let the race fall where it may. We saw that last season, but as we said, things have been reorganized. We no longer have the LMP2s, the GTEs, and the GT4s, which was such a wide disparity in lap times. These cars being a little closer has not lessened the chaos, but it has made things, I guess, a little bit less frustrating for the drivers. And some of the traffic now splitting this battle for third here in the TCRs. Buchanan using some of that to great effect. 3 wide for a brief moment down into turn 7. That was Matt Kingsbury and Alistair Ketchpole, 2 different classes themselves, so that wasn't for position.
Yeah, 3 wide in 3 different classes there, Joe. Just showing you what can happen as we get on into the middle stages of an endurance race such as this. Some more traffic coming around. Looks like there, though, that Jaden Hopp using it to his best advantage. He lost a little bit of time, yes, but he is not letting Buchanan out of his sights.
All it takes is that traffic in the wrong space there, Chad.
Yeah, and just to keep you guys posted, that battle we were looking at for the podium spots in the GT3s, it's kind of settled itself out for the time being now. The Texans car driven by Harold Stadler has about 3 seconds on the Simmortal car, followed by Ray Kingsbury 2 seconds or so behind them. So definitely strung out just a little bit further up at the front of the GT3s.
Remember, we saw that incident with the 165 car. They're back out on track and rolling. Took about 14 minutes, it looks like, to get the car repaired, but they're now 15th in that GT4 class. Also, what's interesting is I've been keeping an eye on the protest sheets that the stewards use to track everything that comes in for that stuff. There's been no mention of that incident, so guessing either the 165 team didn't feel like it was worth reporting, or they didn't have time to go to the stewards about it.
Yeah, that's an interesting decision. I think that some of these guys just want racing to be racing, don't want to have to do any other stuff and get distracted by it mid-race. But man, that's I'm just kind of surprised to see that there was no protest foul, because that was some substantial contact.
Yeah, and obviously very much changed the course of their race by sending them far down the order. Spent plenty of time in the pits. Yeah, I'm a bit confused by it, but we might not just know the whole story, unfortunately. So we see this pair here coming out of the S's now. Liam Quinn just behind LeMaine. The battle for 9th in the GT3s. Quinn, more well-known on that Kinetic team for being a master of open wheelers, but showing he's got some pace here. And the GT cars as he goes down the inside of his rival. And LeMaine cannot fight it. Looks like Quinn is through into 9th.
He's also a heck of a Rocket League player as well, Liam Quinn is. And there you see him just trying to defend and try to hold on to that position that he just got. He's going to somehow stay clear of the 29, peeking his nose all the way down that straightaway.
Thought maybe he was going to try and get that one back. Christoph, though, will have to settle for P10.
Yeah, there's some interesting battles all throughout this the field of GT3s. That's definitely the closest one, because they have Kurt Crum in the 86 right behind them as well. They're in the 11th spot, so nobody letting anybody get away. And whether it's the battle that we were just watching, or even just not too far, maybe a couple car lengths up there, you see that purple and kind of neon green car. That's the PG-13 car number 2. Car 2, number 56, and that's for position as well. So none of these guys letting anybody run away.
Trent Brown in that machine took over for Bidwell a few laps ago. Cop car was the first one in for the event. That's just overtaking Janik Hale for Implower MTEC. Another car that we were seeing a lot of in that first few stints with Lars Weil behind the wheel of that one. Getting close to the next hour mark, which will take us to halfway, and you can see that the lights on the cars have all flicked on. And we're starting to see hints of the lights on the track also. If you look up, this is one of the few tracks on iRacing that has night lighting around a road course. It's not totally completely lit all the way around, but the majority of it is. So it'll be a little easier. It's not going to quite be like Sebring.
And that, of course, will make things a little bit easier on the drivers as well, Joe. When we get into this night situation, it gets very, very difficult, not just because you're having to watch out for the cars in front of you, but because also some of your visual braking markers will start to go away a little bit as the darkness starts to surround the track. So that lighting helps them out in those areas. And when they don't have it, unfortunately, then it's all just down to muscle memory.
Indeed. Speaking of muscle memory here. Oh, and down the inside, that's just going to be Kurt Crum putting LeMaine one more down. So outside the top 10 now. The Bombshell Odin team has started off with Eric Mickey, and he has now been overtaken by Kurt Crum in that machine. Started from 17th up to the top 10. Is not a bad day. We'll see if they can hold on to that for the remainder of this race, though.
And this battle for 10th here into the GT4s as well. That involves Jack Belton that we were talking about not long ago. He's in the middle of that sandwich between Sumner and White. And those guys all... right now, that's Precision Racing, followed by Spark Virtual Racing, followed by Quality Control. So all three of those guys just fighting pretty hard there, even for being about halfway through this race.
For their Lambo, I'm going to get the car eventually. Lambo looking up the inside there, overtaking Belton and White. That was just Harold Statler in the Texas Pitsty 68. And trying to look around the outside, pass for position. Can White get this done? Brakes a lot later than Belton. Belton's got the apex. Oh, and coming off the corner, they're going to bang doors just as they're almost overtaken by a GT3. And that was Chris Wood, who thankfully did not get unluckily caught up in that. Still side by side down into turn 7, and once again just going to graze doors against one another. I think Belton's finally got it defended.
Thinking about the inside, there is that Spark Virtual Racing machine. Big bang of doors, and there goes the McLaren around.
Oh, Christopher White lost control of the 169.
And at the same time, by the way, guys, Trent Brown, PG-13 car 2, he went around as well, trying to see if there was contact for there. No, he just clipped the curb and went around on his own. Did not hit anything, but definitely lost a ton of time out there on track for the 8th place overall car.
Starting to see some of the effects of endurance racing hitting the drivers, making mistakes out there. But that's no wonder. We're halfway through. Let's go through our top 5 in each of the classes here. With up the lead of the GT3s, we've got Lockward still at the points, and Harold Statler is behind him by about 9 seconds. Chris Wood is currently in 3rd place, leading by about 2.5 seconds over Ray Kingsbury, who sits in 4th, and Alistair Ketchpole is still P5, but barely ahead of that Sector 5 team who's been fighting for them here on screen. What about those GT4s?
Down in the GT4s, it is still Demon Tweaks Esports leading that field with Daniel Taylor behind the wheel. And then it's Andreas Slakis for Edrude White, followed by Texans Fitzsty with Daniel Cheney behind the wheel there, followed by the Dirt Esport car still driven by Matt Kingsbury. Wrapping up the top 5 is Marcos Eberhardt for U-Race BR Esports Green there in the top 5 of your GT4s.
In the top standings of those TCRs, it is David Molinaro. It's still leading off there for the Grizzly TFR by TFR Lab team, followed by Ethan Bass and Doug Buchanan. Still able to hold off Jaden Hopp there for that third place position, with Martin Shirley in the STR Audi TCR lining up behind him.
That was Cheney that we saw on screen with a wreck from third in the GT4s. Doesn't look like he lost the spot, but definitely was set back by that one. That's going to take us to another quick break here. We'll come back with more racing here at Motegi soon on the Majors Team Endurance Challenge.
iRacing is a sim racing game that combines a true-to-life racing experience with an online community of virtual racers from all around the globe. iRacing offers a multitude of officially licensed cars and tracks, laser scanned with millimeter accuracy. Their car models and mechanical systems are based on real-world physics, engineered in cooperation with manufacturers and race teams. Their skill license system ranges from rookie to pro, ensuring members are always pitted against those with similar skill sets. Members are able to sign up for a weekly race series, compete in time trials, host a private race with friends, and participate in racing leagues created and run by the community. With over 170,000 members, iRacing works in partnership with renowned motorsports organizations like NASCAR to deliver virtual races based on the real-life NASCAR Cup Series, as well as many other series on the NASCAR ladder. iRacing also features team racing, providing a variety of options for members to create and manage their own teams. Race with friends or real-world teammates in full-length endurance events like the 24 Hours of Daytona, Spa 24, or the Bathurst 12 Hour. Additional partners include IMSA, World of Outlaws, Supercars, and IndyCar, allowing members to race in their very own Indianapolis 500, Bathurst 1000, Chili Bowl, and many more iconic events. This is iRacing, delivering the most authentic racing experience short of getting into a real race car. Sign up today at iRacing.com.
This is iRacing, the world's
Welcome back to Motegi. We're watching round one of the Majors Team Endurance Challenge with the number 30 DRT team leading in GT3, the 142 Demon Tweaks leading GT4, and the 269 Grizzly TFR team leading in the TCR. We have now passed the halfway mark. We are into the woods for real now, and starting to get very dark on the track for our drivers. There have been some good battles, but drivers definitely separating out. We hop down here to some of our GT3 drivers and a little tussle. This is Mesham that we're on board with, trying to catch up to Catchpole.
Yeah, and it's been a roller coaster of a ride for that 69 Scuderia Laundry Basket car driven by Catchpole. I mean, they were involved in some contact earlier and then dropped back down the order. Now they've clawed their way back up to the top five. But Catchpole doing a great job just hitting his marks. But Mesham right there just trying to find a way to make a move and get by.
Bit more traffic, unfortunately going to be in the way. Charles Sumner and the GT4s trying to stay out of that for him. That's also a battle for position. That's for 8th there in the GT4 class that they just went by. And worth noting that the Demon Tweaks Esports #1 car, which is the one that's chasing here in 6th, started in 9th, so up 3 spots since the beginning of this race, and potentially looking at a 4th if they can manage to get past that Lambo.
Yeah, we're starting to see some pit stops, by the way. Number 68, Texans, was running third at the when they came in, but they're now dropping like a rock as they make their pit stop, maybe just a little off sequence.
Okay, so are we seeing drivers trying to think outside the box, maybe trying to think backwards here?
The leaders from the GT4 class are starting to pit as well. These, I think, are scheduled pit stops for them, however.
Yes, I can indeed report that those are scheduled tweaks. There we see some driver changes from the second place machine in class. Looks like Marsman's going to be hopping into that car. And there is the 101 machine. That's third place in the GT4s. The Tex-Mex Fitzy machine coming on in.
You see more of those McLarens coming in and out as the GT4s now exiting. Brett Douglas going to be able to get back out without even losing the lead, it looks like.
And by the way, just a moment ago, Mesham, we were just talking about that battle for fourth in the GT3s. Mesham gave a bit of a love tap there to Catchpole. Looks like both able to keep it on the track, but it was a considerable amount of contact between the two of them. They keep things on the track and keep things rolling the right direction.
Back under the bridge, through the oval. This is one of those very unique circuits here in the world of racing that has both a road course and an oval, but they're not connected at all. They're independent, hence the name Twin Ring. And the road course not used as much, especially not as much for road cars. Sees a lot more motorcycles in real life, but it actually did host IndyCar one year that they raced on it.
Yeah, it did indeed, Joe. And as you said, not exactly always the most popular course here, but we've seen some great action across all categories here today. One of those Lambos diving down to the inside of a TCR here as we continue to go into the twilight at Motegi.
That was Stephen Paulson in the Sector 5 258 who's trying to stay out of their way. And I'm surprised that battle did not get separated by that, because it seemed like Mesham got held up slightly, but then maybe Catchpole wasn't as quick through the corner as he would have liked. Getting close to him, he could dare down into turn 7. He's going to show his nose, but he can't get inside of him. I always found racing at night to be that much harder, though, DJ, just because of the fact that trying to figure out exactly where that car is positioned is a little tougher when it's two bright headlights just blaring in your mirror.
Yeah, exactly, Joe. You really kind of lose a sense of spatial awareness when you get into the dark, and it's not something you really think about. You know, we talked about the braking markers and all of that. When it's just those two headlights, the fear factor is also a big thing, especially in these GT3 machines where you've got those rear cameras that come in. You just see these big blaring headlights coming down on you. It can be very, very terrifying.
So staying in position, Mesham just continuing to apply pressure like he needs to try and see if he can make this one stick. Coming up on more traffic now, Luke Turner, one of our GT4s, who's also lapping the 277 in our G team, Erasmus in that. So we're getting all three of them coming into one once again. In fact, oh, that was a little wide in front of them. I almost thought that Turner was going to make contact with that TCR car, going way off course and slipping up, catching it before it goes into the wall. Catchpole is going to need a change of pants from that one, but a good job keeping that from becoming a worse situation.
A fantastic save there from Catchpole. And that was an interesting corner both between him and Mesham. And Mesham then goes wide, making an error of his own, but not as severe. But that, just the way that they took that that corner was just very different. And they were battling, and there was some overlap, and then it went away. And just back and forth all throughout turns 1 and 2. But they keep things rolling, and Demon tweaks up into the 4th spot.
In the course of just a couple corners, it separates greatly, and then it's all back together once again. But now with Mesham in front of Catchpole. Ooh, it looks like Batten and now Gowan there. And two of our other classes also starting to be caught. Flashing of lights Often used by drivers here in endurance racing, multi-class racing, just letting them know that they're coming up. They intend to try and overtake into that corner, and no harm, no foul between them.
Yeah, exactly. It's just a little bit of a heads up, a courtesy to drivers. You see it sometimes getting used in anger if people are a little bit upset that you couldn't get the dive down or whatever. But yeah, they're just an indication of, hey, I'm going to make the pass here. Just want you to be aware of it.
We're getting close to the end of the fuel run for the GT3s, by the way, and I would expect this to possibly be the final change that we see some of the driver changes here. Some of the teams that are running 2 drivers probably would want to make their pit stops here if they didn't on their last stop.
Looks like we got another car that was under protest. And it was Jack Belton, who is in the...
It's in the number 17 Spark car.
Yeah. And that's getting a post-race review, so we'll have to find out later what the cause of that was. They made contact with the Quality Control 69 machine, who's been just basically trundling around for much of this race. You see that 17 car still continuing on. In fact, double checking here. Yeah, we are still at that lone DNF in this entire race. This is a serious credit to these drivers throughout this whole thing. And the way that they've been running as we get another car in pit lane. It's a 152 of Cartagena. Yonsan Racing for Sequential Sim Sport. Not seeing a driver change for this one. They're well down the order, though. Currently running 16th. Actually, last car running overall. The only one that is 14 laps down.
Yeah, they were the ones that were involved in that heavy contact at that final complex of the track, and was surprised to see that they had not yet filed a protest for that incident after they made contact with one of the PG-13 cars.
Looks like just a simple scheduled stop for the 152. He's back out. This is still our leader in that class that we saw there for a moment. There's our pitter returning in that 152 machine. And Brett Douglas has been doing a great job since taking over for Daniel Taylor. This is a pair of interesting drivers because they've got one from Club Australia, New Zealand, and one from Club UK and I. Very different time zones there. Douglas,
and we've got
hailing from Australia.
Sorry, Joe. We've got a good battle here for P8 in TCR. This is Bombshell Racing Team. This is Colin Denner. Remember, this was a car that was running up near the top early on in the race and suffered some contact trying to make its way back through the field. That's the MTEC machine. Also, in a very similar position, that machine up ahead driven by Jenna Kyle. And so a good little battle starting to shape up here.
This will get the adrenaline pumping for the drivers, no doubt, as yet more cars are going by from the quicker classes. Also, I'm starting to see a lot of marbles offline, and that's going to make passing, especially between classes, that much more frustrating and tricky.
Yeah, very much so, Joe, and it's one of the things that iRacing does a great job of mimicking here on the sim that does happen in real life. And specifically, I think we're going to see some big problems with that. Early in the race, we saw some drivers taking it too wide, going through the S's of 7, 8, and 9. I don't think you're going to be seeing that much more as we continue to go on in this race.
Got to pick your spots well. There goes one of the PG-13 machines overtaking our battling TCRs.
And if you're Colin in that situation, that's just the unfortunate timing of it, because you see just how much of a gap that has opened up between that Bombshell car and the M-Plower MTEC machine.
Riding on the nose now of Danner there in 9th place. Driver who started this race in 12th in his class, so another one that has done a good job to make a little bit of a gain. Coming off of the exit of 4, opening up as it enters with a tight turn 3 and then gets wider as it goes. We got another stopper in the GT3s. Team Mad with Miguel Freitas handing over, or is he going to stay in the car here? Let's see. And we got a battle for 7th here on screen. And the TCRs, oh no, that was the one we were watching. How did they gain positions? Did somebody pit? Something happened to Dale Green here, who seems a little off pace. Checking to see if he had some contact or what.
I'm going back to check now, Joe, to see exactly what happened to Dale. Not entirely sure quite yet.
I'm not seeing anything. Wonder if he just has grabbed this position from staying consistent. And now he's being caught by some of the drivers that are trying to catch back up. The Sector 5 driver started this one in the 13th position in this class.
Yeah, and looking at the times here, Joe, I think that's exactly what it is. His last lap was a 2:09.5, and his fastest lap overall was a 2:05.4. That's about 0.3 of a second slower than anybody else on track, and definitely significantly down from everybody else. So I think you are right. Just a matter of a driver that's driving a very consistent, clean race here getting caught up with.
Had a big moment with Mesham just now. Gave up a spot to Kurt Crum in the Bombshell 86 car. Almost looked like he got scared off the track. If we could take a look at the replay. Gareth having a wild moment through turns 3 and 4. Yeah, just did not like how that was looking. Kind of bailed out, went a little wide. Thankfully, just took out some cones, caught some dirt, and came back on. I'm seeing another penalty here. Ooh, this looks like Andrew Mickey has got a 30-second stop and hold for avoidable contact. This was with the CMS Racing Endurance 2 team. So, and it looks like that is the team of Elias Roman, if I'm seeing correctly. That's a fast team. Yet again, seems like the fast drivers are the ones having a hard time keeping out of trouble.
Maybe that's why they're so fast, Joe. Just they're being very aggressive with the car and where they put it. Hopefully they see this penalty and will work their way down pit road on their own.
Trying to find where they are out on my timing sheets, actually. Is Elias actually in the car right now? Well, regardless, as we watch Mesham continue to chase, credit to him, he put all 4 wheels off track, and Crum has not run away from him. He's keeping him honest, going by the bright magenta car of that's not Recommend Motorsports, so it's a different team from what we saw before. Ryan Sharp in that 279.
And by the way, Joe, as we get closer and closer to pit stops in the GT3, we talked about TechSense trying to pit off sequence and maybe just see if they can't try to get something going their way with the cautions. But now that they're about 10 laps into their run on fuel, I think that advantage they were trying to get just didn't pan out.
Now, it doesn't appear to be the case, unfortunately. Sometimes those gambles just don't work as you intended. Meanwhile, we jump up to our leader overall, DRT's Jose Lockward, still running for Michael Diaz, who began the race, took over back on lap 50 during the pit stops for him. Interesting to note, too, that we actually still have 14 of our GT3s still on the lead lap. Only Team Mad, VRS Satellite Radon, and Feed Esport Academy have gone laps down in that GT3 class. That's actually rather impressive in more than 2 hours of racing now.
Wow, the third place runner in GT3's just had a moment for himself. He was involved in maybe just a glancing blow there between the Dog Bear MTEC car and himself. But both cars seem to be pointing the right direction. There was definitely a flash of the lights from that MTEC machine saying, hey, I was there, that was my corner, but it seemed to be back and rolling. As there you see Rainier Costello working his way down pit road, and he's going to get his service and work his way out momentarily.
Yeah, I wonder if we have a replay of that incident with Kingsbury in the 52 making contact with Mueller. That was a scary moment between the pair of them. We're seeing if we could dig that one up. But in the meantime, drivers down into turn 3, carrying on the 101 machine of Luke Turner. Just about 1.5 seconds behind Marsman. This is a battle for second here in the GT4s. And it's between two Porsches.
Yeah, Joe, and this is when in an endurance race, it gets so amazingly frustrating because you just want to be pushing as hard as you can if you are that trailing car. If you're in that 101, you see that driver in front of you, you want to go for it, you want to be pushing as hard as you can, but you've got to be driving to the delta. You've got to be remembering that this is still an hour and 40 minutes to go in this race, and you can't over push the car because running a tire off, making that big error, it's going to cost you way more than the potential gains of getting that one place in front.
Off and through turn 10 once again. Very sharp hairpin through there. Drivers having to try and accelerate off there as best they can without wasting those rear tires in such a long race. And then down into turn 1. Once again, we see some of our TCR cars having to look in their mirrors as they get overtaken by two other fast classes, and sometimes you can't really tell which of them is approaching you as eventually finds a way into the corner.
Yeah, Joe, and that especially gets tricky when, very, very close there. It especially gets tricky when you're dealing with cars that are of the same make of the GT3s and the GT4s, looking at the BMWs and the Porsches. Those headlights are relatively similar, and you really can't tell where they're coming from. Now, obviously, the Lamborghini, that third headlight in the middle, you know that that's a GT3. You can kind of tell the way the McLaren's headlights are. They're a little farther out. But when you're dealing with some of those other cars, it gets very, very difficult to tell, and you've got to just kind of hope and pray and trust your relatives that you can tell what is coming up behind you.
Sounds like we got drivers stopping in the GT3s, including some of our front runners. I do see Wood in there.
Yeah, Wood is in, Kingsbury is in, and we're going to have to see how these things play out for these guys. They came in first and second. There is going to be a driver change in the 52. Out is Kingsbury, in is Blake Reynolds.
See, looks like Kurt Crumb's going to continue on. So is Catchpole and Lockwood. But it does seem that Jimbo Pfeiffer is, oh no, he carries on as well. But Trent Brown is in the PG-13 car too. So he's gonna hand it back to one of his other two teammates here, or are they gonna put a fourth one in? See if he sticks in the car here. It looks like, nope, they're gonna switch him out. I think Paul Gibson is now getting in there. Or no, excuse me, Justin Kirby is the one hopping in.
Yep, Paul Gibson, currently the driver of the other PG-13 car, and he's worked his way up into the 9th position for the time being, but he's got to look out. He's got a very fast driver coming up behind him in Blake Reynolds.
And Lockwood finally pits himself. covering things off just to be sure. We still have not seen a caution so far in this race. An hour and 38 minutes to go. We must remember, too, they cannot throw the caution in the final 15 minutes. From there, it is green to the end. So we've effectively got a little bit more than an hour and 15 to go before a caution could happen in this race.
And by the way, one of the things with the way that the rules are here in the series, as we see a driver change for Team DRT at the front of the field, they're getting Rafael Oliveras Espinal taking over that car. With the way the rules are written, if you're one of those cars that are stretching as long as you possibly can on fuel, you're going to have to serve a penalty if you have to come in when the pits are still closed just to take a splash of fuel.
Yeah, that's an end-of-line penalty, if I recall correctly, which is, yes, everybody's going to be bunched together, but that's a lot of cars to overtake. And at this stage, it'll be less than half the race to try and make it happen, which is not going to be fun, trying to use your pace and make some aggressive moves when everything's all jumbled up. Crum is now in, as we see the 69 car temporarily leading the way, but this is lap 25 on this fuel stint for Suderia Laundry Basket, so they do need to go in at some point. And I only just noticed the face that they had photoshopped onto some anime character there on the side.
Is that Hatsune Miku, I believe? Yes, it is. Yeah, they got that initial D car going, and they've been turning laps pretty good out there.
Oh, the name, the paint job, it's all very bizarre. Is behind them. That was Jonathan Stinton, actually going a little bit off track for a brief moment that we saw. That's one of our TCR cars that thankfully didn't hit anything at the time. So are we done with our pit stop soon? We mentioned Laundry Basket needs to come in. So does Sector 5's Haley Agency. Pfeiffer's in the car for that one right now. We still need Paul Gibson and the PG-13 Car 1 machine to pit, at least for the GT3 pit stops. That will end that sequence. I believe they'll only need one more to get to the finish after this.
It'll be close for some of these teams. It took 3 pit stops for them to get to 2.5 hours. So with a minute or an hour 35 to go, it'll be fun to watch how some of these guys play their strategy from here to the end.
Watching all these different classes of cars come through these first couple corners, it really does impress me how orderly they've been able to keep it. Looks like Paul Gibson is now in, so that's his pit stop. Thomas O'Leary taking back over for Catchpole. Laundry Basket back out on the track and rolling. They're going to return in 5th place, actually. Where is the car behind them? Trying to figure out how far back it is. Oh, it's about 2 seconds, so that's not very far in terms of endurance racing. O'Leary's got Mesham still chasing him down.
Yeah, in the lap times, Mesham did not turn a great lap his last time out. I think that might have been his out lap. It was a 155.9 compared to a 151.6 for the car behind of Blake Reynolds. Reynolds, of course, he's just now starting to get his rhythm. Going to be interesting to see how some of these guys that just hopped into their cars do the rest of the way, like Aaron Stanley and Blake Reynolds, and some of these guys just now jumping into the car. They didn't get to experience it in the daytime, but you don't know how much practice they got at night either.
You have all those things that you need to think about as you prepare. What are the conditions going to be for your stint specifically? Trying to familiarize yourself with those situations and checking to see. I was going to say our closest of the leaders was in GT3s, but that was because Pfeiffer still needed to pit. So that separates them now and puts about 7 seconds between P1 and P2. Yeah, there is the Sector 5 car. And really, the closest battle for the lead is in GT4. That's Douglas leading Turner, Demon Tweaks versus Texas Fitzdai Hephaestus, whereas the TCRs are by far the most far apart by the tune of about 18 seconds from P1 to P2. It's Melnarovic. Oh, we got a problem, and that's one of our lead TCR runners, I think.
It is indeed, Joe, a big off there coming through those final corners. That is going to drastically change around a lot of these standings. I believe that was the number 3 not recommended motorsports machine.
And the 286, so apologies, that wasn't one of our lead TCRs there. And the 184 Dog Bear MTEC Richard McClure. And that looked like a touch of the grass from the TCR car, unfortunately, just running into the GT4. So we got a battle on screen between the 86 and the driver that just came out of the pits. This is 4, and very tight as well. Look at how close he's riding on him. Thinking about it, down into turn 7. Does he dare? He does, and he's going to take it. That is going to allow Kurt Crum to move into 7th over Pfeiffer.
A fantastic move there by Crum, and this battling has been going on for quite a while. That lone Mercedes in the field driven by Sector 5, and Jimbo Pfeiffer just trying to fight back in any way he possibly can, but it looks like he just doesn't have the straight line speed right now, as he's lost a couple of car lengths already.
Okay, made short work of that. Kurt Crum starting from 17th on the grid, now up 10 positions since the start. Just going to lap Ayrton Williams. Oh, and is that? Yes, it is O'Leary in again. Weren't they just in moments ago?
They were. They just pit 2 laps ago.
Checking to see if we have another penalty.
Yeah, he's taking service to the car. Did they not fuel?
It's difficult to say. I do see, I'm checking, and the 41 team also looking like they are being investigated right now.
Yeah, it was a 16-second stop there for Team Laundry Basket, and it's very short for a stop. I don't know if they had some sort of iRacing assessed penalty, or if they had to work their way down pit road for a splash of fuel or what, but that's a very interesting call.
That 41 team, by the way, is Now Racing that are under investigation for a Dura Black team, so is where that one happened. Also seeing that there's investigation on James Sauceman, and they're claiming an intentional wreck attempt. Ooh, that is interesting.
Yeah,
See how those go.
That's surprising, because typically when you see something like that, you'll see something spectacular, but I don't know that we've seen much out of the ordinary from anybody in this field.
That was Bombshell Loki on that one. Double checking to see if I can find that incident. Take a look at that. So give me a second here. Got a battle for 4th place as well in one of our classes.
That's for the GT3s with Gareth Mesham currently holding the spot, but Blake Reynolds last lap was a full second faster than anybody up in front of him, faster than the car in front of him, and he's trying to track him down. He has been doing so slowly but surely, but he's still about 40 seconds off the overall lead, so he's got plenty of work to do here in the last hour and a half if he wants to have any shot even at a podium.
So I did find the incident that they're claiming was intentional. I think some netcode may have bobbled the car and it made it look that way. But we'll see what the stewards say on that one. So we see the lamp.
Yeah, the thing about night racing as well is some of these cars do not have the brightest of taillights, especially when they're not under braking. So you might not know if you're tucked in line behind a car and be caught out by surprise when the car in front of you tries to make a move. So right now, these guys just kind of trying to feel each other out, peeking to the inside. And wow, very late on the brakes there.
He's got the inside off the corner now, and it's going to be a drag race down into turn 11 as LeMaine on the outside of Gibson. Can he beat him the long way around down into this right-hander? He's deep on the binders. Tries to come down to the apex, but no, there's a car there. They're going to give each other space. Great racing. And it continues down into the chicane, but I figured someone had to give way there. Gibson is the one that's going to take 13th.
As no matter how hard you want to try for it, you cannot make a move stick there too wide. As right now, you saw how they backed out of that move. Right now, the overall field pretty much spread out, and we've had some great racing. But by the way, it looks like Rainier Costello, has gotten by Jimbo Pfeiffer, so Pfeiffer is starting to fall through the field a little bit.
Stewards are saying no further action on the protest about the intentional wreck, so they seem to think similarly as to what the incident was. By the way, with the sun down now, temperature's been going down somewhat. It's 79 degrees Fahrenheit on the track surface currently, but it's still fairly windy on the track.
Yeah, it really is, Joe. That 14-mile-an-hour wind coming out of the northeast is very, very strong here. And so that is going to be upsetting the cars a little bit, these big boxy GTs and the TCRs. Not nearly as much effect, though, as we'd see on a traditional open-wheeler around here. But, yeah, definitely a little bit of a problem for these drivers.
You know, I just realized that the KES Industries team had Blake Reynolds take over for Ray Kingsbury. And the reason I bring that up is because Blake Reynolds is a major series champion, which is a separate series from this, in which drivers have to compete in essentially recreations of all kinds of different major racing events from around the world. So you need to be a very flexible and fast driver in all different types of categories. And Reynolds, to be able to achieve that, has to be mighty good, as you can imagine. So for him to be out on the track now, kind of curious if he can take this higher than the 5th place that it is, because his next up the road is only a second up in Gareth Mesham's Demon Tweaks car.
Yeah, and last lap made up another 4/10. I said it was a full second not too long ago, and it just seems that Blake is a lot more comfortable handling the lap traffic and kind of catching them at better opportunities. And just as I say that, there's a car around on track. That's P2.
That's Luke Turner, Chad, and I apologize for that. I just said in our chat to each other that I was keeping an eye on that car because he was gaining in on the Demon Tweaks leader of Brett Douglas, and right there having a big off coming through the first corner. That cost him a whole bunch of time, and now he is back to 3rd place, and that's going to promote the Edry White machine of Diedrich Marsman up into P2.
Turner didn't hit anything, just took time to try and get it going. It gave a scary moment to Sossman, who had to squeak through on the inside of the turn. Another thing that's always difficult in the dark, the headlights of the car make it tough to tell what exactly is happening with it sometimes. As, oh boy, this is getting awful tight here through the S's, as Espinal in the number 30 being held up by Marsman. Is going to find some inside line down through turn 9 and finally leave him behind. Raphael, our overall leader in this race currently.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see that the overall lead is closed up like it has, because DRT was well clear, but Simmortal, one of those cars that has been there the entire time along the way. The car currently running P3, Aaron Stanley in that TechSense car, by the way. He is 10 laps, we talked about, off schedule with their pitch strategy. So they're going to have to come in probably with the next 5 or 6 laps there as we see Chris Wood dispatching of a lapped car. But yeah, that gap that the leader had with Team DRT has definitely closed up over the last handful of laps.
The plot thickens. It looks before like the 30 car really had control of this race, but not so certain anymore. Ducking underneath one of our TCR cars there, Dale Green trying to stay out of the way of White and Sumner. And our Precision Racing League cars, I think, got split up. Sumner's down in 9th. Holly is up in 5th, and they only pitted 2 laps apart from one another. This is down to the inside. Not for position. Christopher White. Oh, excuse me. That was for position. Excuse me. That was Christopher White taking 9th away.
Yes, it was, Joe. A battle of McLarens there, and White able to get that quality racing control racing 69 machine up into that 9th position away from Sumner. So Sumner falling back through the field a little bit here.
It doesn't seem to be quite as strong as his teammate, sister teammate, Bradley Holly. There, as I mentioned, still up in the top 5 comparatively. So we get a little bit of a duck underneath. Sumner going past Jonathan Stinton and the quality racing number 63. Here in more cars pitting in. Ayrton Williams for the VRS Satellite GT4 team. Wonder if he's going to hand that one back to David Nichols now. Looks like he's going to stay in the car.
Yeah, not seeing a driver swap there. Got a little bit of a battle shaping up here in the TCR category. This is for P7. This is the twin turn sim racing and the turn 19 machines. That is Eisenberg and Batten duking it out. Batten in that camouflage red, white, and black TCR closing down here. Goes down to the inside, thinks about it, and ducks back into line.
But I think he shook him off of the racing line there as they now come under the oval portion. Track goes through the sweeper of 6 and into 7. But still nothing doing between the pair of them. Batten and Eisenberg going to stay in positions 8th and 7th respectively. A little wide there from Dominic. Going to cover him off on the inside. Batten maybe could go for the over-under off of turn 9. Looks for the launch, but it's not there.
It's not there. He's going to have to wait and see if he's got anything. He's going to try to take a look down to the inside of turn 10. Whoa, that was a late braking maneuver and cost him a little bit as he is doing a little bit of lawn mowing down there on the inside. I don't know if he's going to have the momentum quite that his competitor there in Eisenberg is, but they are still side by side coming down the backstretch.
They're going to get interrupted. Is that our overall leader, actually? Coming by. Yes, it is. Could offer a pick. Eisenberg on the inside as White tries to fight back, but it is not possible for him, and he has to give up that spot to Team 19, and instead, he's going to come in and pit.
All right, a little bit of an interesting strategy for him. I'd imagine that that's probably going to be the last pit stop there for Eisenberg and that team, as we've seen these TCRs be able to run very, very long out here.
Chad, I see you looking at the lap charts here for our top 2 overall. What have you noticed?
Yeah, just lap by lap. It seems that the 37 is slowly but surely catching. Here's a look at the lap times, by the way, and
wow.
You can see, with the exception of that last lap, Wood has been gaining significantly just about every single lap. Wow. I mean, I noticed that he was gaining. I didn't realize it was by that much.
Neither did I. And well, again, this comes down to Lockwart's now out of the car. Espinal is in there. Could this be a case of Espinal not nearly as fast as his teammate? They haven't changed wood recently, so it's still the same person there. It's less than 2 seconds for sometimes in that 37 car. I think that the race is on. We're coming into about an hour left to go as well.
Yeah, this battle is nowhere near over. It's going to be so much fun to watch. This is shaping up to be a fantastic season here in the MTEC series, and I can't wait to see the next round, which is just about a month away, I believe, or a couple weeks away.
Yep, once a month here on the Global SimRacing Channel, you'll see the Majors Team Endurance Challenge. It's an endeavor to make these things happen, so they can't have them too often. Not only the teams, but the organizers invest a lot into this, and Sumner and Bradley Holly have found one another once again. So Bradley Holly pitted, and they are slightly off sequence. Oh, and Christopher White's going to pit from the same class, so Holly's going to get a spot back.
All right, so that little bit of swap around. And Joe, this is what we've talked about, that math going backwards here. GT4s may be able to stretch it to the end here if they come in about now. Holly, it's going to be a little tricky for him, I think, but at the same time, we will have to see how that shakes out. What this does actually do is it puts both of the PRL teams right back right in line of stern.
Well, Holly dealing with a less than well-lit night track compared to what he's probably used to on the ovals. That's Pompidou just behind him. That's not for position. That was a lapping car. So no drama there between the pair of them. Hour and 15 left to go. Luke Turner, apologies on that confusion, is in the pits. Christian Pereira is also in third in the GT4s.
Yeah, and that was my mistake, Joe, that we just ran some math and I had gotten myself confused there. These GT4s can go just over 40 minutes, so probably 2 stops remaining them for these GT4 category cars. So they're trying to game this out. They'll have one more stop for these guys that we're seeing jump into the pits right now.
Okay. And again, we are wondering if this is to try and cover off a little bit of the caution. Make sure that they don't get caught out by that. If we get it, we still haven't seen one yet so far.
And we have not, Joe, and as we continue to get farther and farther into the night here, whoa, that is one of the TCRs off track in the background. Little incidents like that, we keep inching our way towards that incident limit that will cause a yellow to come out. It's got to be pressing a little bit on these drivers' minds.
See a bit of a battle brewing for 8th in the GT3s. Pfeiffer now sees Justin Kirby's bright purple and green machine closing in on him. They're coming down into turn 8, separated by barely a car's length. Richard McClure is the one in front of them. He's running in the GT4s because this is going to be a slower class, but I think they're going to catch him at a halfway decent spot. A lot of straightaways in this part, and yeah, at least for the likes of Pfeiffer, that's an easy overtake. I don't think it's going to be for Kirby. And he gets held up a little coming through the first corner. Tries to get underneath him. A little love tap. And McClure finally gets out of the way, but the damage is done. Kirby went from 2/10 up to 1 second behind.
And by the way, guys, I'm just looking at some of the driver rosters here for the guys at the front of the GT4 class. And of the top 5, the only 2 that are driving with only 2 drivers are the 68 TechSense car, as well as the 52 KES LLM. machines. So of the other guys, though, the 30, the 37, and the 1 all have one more driver that they can opt to put into the car.
Interesting. So a fresh face driver that's got the energy left to go and really try and hustle it to the finish. That 52 team, by the way, is the one that I mentioned earlier that has Blake Reynolds, so confidence in his speed overtaking any potential wariness. There you see on screen the KES Industries car. Up to 5th now, but still hasn't caught Mesham.
Yeah, and Mesham right now kind of just holding on for dear life. That 52 is gaining slowly but surely as well.
Yeah, Chad, definitely starting to close in. We're seeing a lot of these drivers close in here, but I want to bring your attention back to the GT4 category. The 172, that's the Precision Racing Esports Silver Machine. Bradley Holly behind the wheel. He has closed up behind that Dirt Esports car, currently driven by Kevin Fanning. That's turning into a nice little battle here. McLaren versus Porsche coming down into the S's. Holly has to back off a little bit, but that McLaren has been looking really fierce.
Yeah, Kevin Fanning is a fantastic driver here in the GT3s. He is in the championship hunt over in the NASA Nitro Circus GT series, and he's leading the AM class, or in the fight for the AM class at least, over there, and very talented driver here in the touring cars. And he jumped in for Matt Kingsbury, and he's now out there to just try to carry his team home to a top 5 finish.
And that's Gareth Mesham that just got on by him. That may allow for a little opportunity here for Holly. He's going to tuck up behind that Porsche. Let's see what he's got as he gets down here. Goes for the move, going down into the right-hander. He's going to have to be late on the brakes, and it looks like that Dirt Esports machine is going to be able to hold him off for now. Some good defense from Fanning, but Holly not giving up the ghost quite yet.
He's close enough, and he probably wants this one pretty bad, knowing that a top 5 is possible here in a very grueling race. Also, 3rd in GT3, Aaron Stanley in the Texans Fitzdie Hades has pitted, so Mesham gets promoted up to 3rd. Blake Reynolds gets promoted to 4th in that class. And look at this. Speaking of Blake Reynolds, there he is just going by this pair. Great exit from Bradley Holly. He's going to get his nose in. Can he get this pass done this time? Down on the inside of the Porsche. He's got it to the apex. And as long as he's cleaned off, yes, indeed, Holly takes 5th.
Some good, consistent driving there from Bradley Holly as he is able to get that car up into 5th. He's got a big gap ahead of him, though, to Christian Pereira to the tune of about 41 seconds. So he's just got to try to focus on holding on to this top 5 for right now.
By the way, TechSense has pitted from the 3rd spot in the GT3s. That's going to promote Demon Tweaks to 3rd, as well as KES up to the 4th position. Going to have to wait and see how these things play out.
See, yet another car coming through. That's going to cost time to Fanning. That's Kurt Crum just continuing on. He's also going to interrupt slightly Bradley Holly, too. Holly has to give way on the entry and way too deep behind him. You could see the car of Fanning just trying to chuck the car in. I don't know if he thought that maybe there was going to be a hole there, but it definitely cost him a little bit. Let's jump a little farther back and into the GT3s. PG-13 car 2 with Kirby and Thomas O'Leary in the 69 Scuderia Laundry Basket, fighting for the 9th position. And actually, oh well, Jimbo Pfeiffer's in here too. So this is a 3-way battle to decide some of the last spots within the top 10.
Yeah, all of these guys want every point that they can here in the championship overall, and they've got plenty of racing left to try to settle that out. Just over an hour to go, and they've put on a fantastic show all throughout this field in every class.
Good racing all around. on a track that not many are often familiar with. Coming out of the corner. Ooh, big bit of wheel spin there from Kirby. Just whipping him up, trying to get the throttle down. That puts him under threat. O'Leary's going to try it, and he sends it in deep with a little bit of a hello as he goes through. That is going to be P9 for Thomas O'Leary. O'Leary just about tipped the lantern over with that one. DJ, you're a history buff. I really hope you got that. I got dead silence.
I got it. Dead.
Okay,
no.
thank you.
This is O'Leary in the Great Chicago Fire.
Yes,
I know this
thank you.
I'm afraid.
I got dead silence on that one. As I was going to say,
I'm face palming a little too hard for that one, Joe. By the way, something I'm noticing up in the GT3 is a little development here. Blake Reynolds has been turning some slower laps compared to everybody in front of him, losing some time to mesh him, but I hear where he might be trying to fuel save.
Ooh. Are we going to have a fuel race here on this one? And if we get a caution, is that going to help someone like him out?
I think that if they get the caution, it's going to throw all that strategy out the window, because then everybody would be on the same fuel cycle. And the only ones that are kind of off strategy would be Aaron Stanley for the Texans Fitz car, because they are about half a sequence off. They just came down pit road.
And in fact, Bombshell Racing Thor is also in. I want to say this is a little bit early, too, for the TCR cars. They're doing, what, about half an hour each stints, weren't they?
They're going. I'm showing them currently the TCRs running lap 28 on their stint at 2 minutes a lap. They're going to be turning about an hour or so on their stints.
Oh, okay. So it's still pushing it, though. It's an hour and 6 minutes that the 288 car has got to make from here. That's some serious fuel saving, even with 2+ minute laps.
And by the way, I'm just checking the replay. There was significant contact for our overall leader, absolutely hammering the back of one of the TCRs at 212 of Dale Green. So trouble for your leader. He seems to be rolling okay. We're going to have to see how that damage plays into things.
Yeah, this happened this past lap. It turned 7 and 8, got into the back of Dale Green's 212. Is Green still able to keep rolling? Yeah, somehow, despite just smacking the Armco, the car is still rolling. Richard Watkins also in pit lane in the GT4s. This definitely not on sequence for them.
No, definitely not. I think that may be a little bit of damage repair for them as they do that around. Yeah, some big damage coming in here. This is going to be interesting to see how it plays out in these closing stages, Joe.
If that 30 car gets protested, it's not a big gap back to Chris Wood. They cannot recover, I think, on this one. And it essentially goes to the number 37. So they got to cross their fingers that that other team is not too angry about what went down with that punt.
No, they cannot. And yeah, that gap is only about 4.3 seconds. So definitely not enough to be able to come back around on.
Oh, and we got a switch of drivers, actually, I think, for the 169 that I mentioned pitting. Just caught me off guard, as thought maybe we had another retirement. We're still on that lone one so far for the number 14 Evolve Sim Sport ASR team. The leader under the bridge and across the line once again. Chris Wood following him through 4 seconds back for the Simmortal team. Drivers have really spread apart based on strategy lately. Oh, that almost looked like contact on screen, though. Was that the 30 again? This was the 36 car, actually. So that was Diego Miero for the Team Mad, just coming out of turn 1. Having a bit of a moment with Richard McLaren, the Dog Bear MTEC. Turning into Murray Walker these days, I swear.
Yeah,
There's nothing wrong with that.
That Team Mad car is the first car 1 lap down, and they are going to have some work to do if they want to try to make up any positions or try to get any help here the rest of the way. But right now, it's still Team DRT looking fairly strong. It looks like their contact that they were involved in didn't impact their handling too severely.
Had an overtake down into turn 10. This was Gibson in the PG-13-1 car, managing to get by Liam Quinn, actually. This is a textbook pass, too.
Yeah, Liam Quinn has himself somewhat of a quiet day here, just kind of lingering about that just outside the top 10, and he's in a kind of a group of cars there between them, the Kinetic Racing Machine as well as the PG-13 cars. Those guys have just kind of been hanging on, just kind of logging laps around, and it just seems like for some of these guys, it's at this point just kind of damage control and doing what you can, especially when you're, a significant amount behind the car in front of you, like some of these guys are.
Look at this on screen, too. This is a battle for the lead in the GT4s. Turner and the Texans Fitztai Hephaestus ahead of Edur White, with Marsman, the one trying to run him down. That's a lapped car that they're going by. That is Doug Evans. It's within the same class, so he's going to separate them. Always harder, DJ, to try and pass those cars within your same class.
Yeah, and it does get a little bit confusing at points, but Evans doing a good job to get out of the way there. And I've been keeping an eye on this battle, Joe. Marsman has just been running some crackers of laps out here. He was half a second faster last time around. Despite getting a little bit held up, he is just pushing this gap as hard as he can. It's a battle of Porsche versus Porsche, but they are really, really going at it. Yeah, there you can see just that reel in by Dietrich Marsman.
There we go. Yeah, there's the times on your screen now. Yeah, been a bit back and forth, but seems to be making inroads. I think we have a driver change for the 41 team. Tice Hodge taking over for Rainer Costello and the Niao Niao Motorsports team. Taking full service as he puts on tires as well. Remember, these cars cannot refuel and take tires at the same time. That's why we see them take so long, the GT3s rather. I actually need to check the rules to see if the TCRs and GT4s can do tires and fuel at the same time, because that obviously will affect their strategy somewhat.
Yeah, and I think one of the benefits, by the way, we talked about Blake Reynolds and possibly fuel saving. By doing that, by slowing down even just the slightest amount, you're also protecting your tires. So maybe something might happen there. And just as I say that, actually, let's take a look. Yeah, he's starting to close in once again. He's about 3 seconds now back behind Mesham for that third spot. But saving his tires could be critical here towards the end of this race.
Yeah, double stint them, save a little time in the pit stop, try to just creep it home on the old rubber. Something we haven't talked about a whole lot yet this race, just the differences that you can do on those strategies to try to find time. And I assure you that teams are thinking about those things to try and figure out what is the optimum strategy. Is there an advantage that you could gain by thinking of something your rivals have not?
Yeah, and we see a couple of cars doing stuff like whether it's pitting off sequence or just making an extra driver change early or something like that. A bunch of guys trying a bunch of different things right now, and we're seeing a lot of pressure being applied all throughout this field.
Less than 45 minutes left that we can have a caution in this race, and still haven't seen our first one. Looks like Mero and the Team Mad Car also taking a pit stop now. Got a little bit of a battle here in the GT4 class. This is still for the lead, although it's separated slightly. But we've also passed our latest hour mark. It's time to go through the top 5 of each of our classes, starting with those GT3s. DRT now has Rafael Rivas Espinal in the car and is leading by only 3 points ahead of Chris Wood in the Simmortal machine, who's been chopping away at that lead and could manage to catch him on pace alone. Mesham sits in third, but it is a distant third by more than half a minute back as Blake Reynolds tries to catch up to that number 1 car in the KES Industries Last Lap Motorsports machine, taken over for Ray Kingsbury some time ago. Kurt Crum rounds out your top 5 for the Bombshell Racing Team Odin car. Let's go to Chad.
And leading the GT4s is the TechSense Fitzstye team, and their sister team might be off strategy, but they are just right with everybody else in terms of their fuel cycle, about halfway through their run. Drew White is still holding on to that second spot in class, and they're pretty close to the lead in class there, followed by Brett Douglas driving the Demon Tweaks GT4. Then U-Race BR Esports Green, currently driven by Christian Pereira, and Bradley Holly working in the 5th spot for Team PRL. So that's a look at the top 5 in the GT4s. And DJ, what's going on down in the TCRs?
Well, in that TCR category, Grizzly TFR by TFR Lab, being piloted by David Molinarowitz, right now holds about a 23-second lead over Ethan Bass and the TechSense Fitzy Apollo machine in P2. Not Recommended Motorsports, doing a little bit of a recovery drive, is back in third, and that car being piloted by Ryan Sharp, with M-Plower MTEC driven by Janik Heil, also on a bit of a recovery here in fourth. And rounding out your top 5, it's STR Audi TCR and Rob Jackson behind the wheel of that 237.
For one last time, we'll be back after a short while. We'll come back with the final hour here in round 1 of the Majors Team Endurance Challenge. Welcome back to Twin Ring Motegi. Round 1 for the Majors Team Endurance Challenge has seen some developments as we were on break. Third place in the TCRs and second place in the GT4s have made contact out of turn 9. Now, second place in the GT4s, Dur White is still running in that position, but the same cannot be said for the 279 team. They were the ones that kind of started off the car of Ryan Sharp just losing control in that 279. There you see the spin, and now watch. Oh, just no place to go. And who was that actually in the other TCR? Having a very close moment trying to avoid that.
That is the 287, the M-Plower MTEC machine piloted by Janik Heil, able to get around that. He was closing in a little bit on the back. Yeah, there you can see it off into the grass. Very lucky to avoid contact.
So I'm curious how bad it is for the 279. Sharp's been in the car for some time for Jaden Hopp. Remember, they fell back early in this race and are trying to recover, but things seem to keep going wrong for them, unfortunately. Oh, I think we have a driver swap for one of our podium sitters in the GT3s. Chris Wood is in and is being taken over with Paul Webster hopping in the car.
Yeah, that's going to add some time to the stop for that 37 machine. They're going to drop back, and it's going to be fun to watch where they cycle out, because just about everybody else is able to stay out one lap longer than them, especially some of these guys. Blake Reynolds is one lap further than everybody else on their strategy, so Blake Reynolds definitely trying to stretch it as much as he possibly can out there. But still, that is going to leave DRT still in the lead, but they're going to have to pit here within the next lap or two.
The good news is they did not lose time on this pit stop because of the driver change. Those take about 30 seconds, and they do not add to the time. And since he took tires, that was a 1-minute stop. So that was probably a good call there from the 37 team. But they do fall down into ninth, and of course they're still in the thick of the action. In fact, they're vying for position with the PG-13 and Sector 5 cars now directly in front of them.
Starting to see some more cars work their way down pit road. Looks like the PG-13 car 2 actually is just now working its way off of pit road. So they're going to slot back in and about the 18th spot, or sorry, 11th spot overall. They started 18th. And still some big movers up at the front. Kurt Crum and Bombshell Racing from 17th now up to the 4th spot overall. That's a fantastic drive.
And our overall leader is in. DRT swapping out Moises Caraballo. That's a name I haven't seen in a while, and a fast one at that. Okay, the 30 taking the big guns out to take it to the finish of this race, I believe. 50 minutes left to go. It's going to get overtaken as Blake Reynolds will inherit the lead, but still needs to make a pit stop. Kurt Crum continuing on. That battle for what is now the lead actually has been staying tight. It's just roughly about a second between Crum and Reynolds.
Yeah, that's been close the last couple of laps for sure. Caraballo, he's going to take tires as well, so that's going to be a lengthy stop. We're going to have to wait and see how everybody else behind is faring on tires. This is going to be close to the last stop. They might need to fuel save just a little bit to get to the end here on fuel for the GT3s.
The other thing, too, in about 9 minutes, I suspect we're going to see the GT4s flooding into pit lane to be the first one to take that last stop and be able to get to the end from there. But it's still a little too early for the rest of those. Looking through the order, Cameron Dance getting... Ooh, Cameron Dance in the number 1 machine. Okay, there's another hot shoe. And they're going to come out in 9th place, the Demon Tweaks Fitzsty number 1. Who's also at times a commentator here on the channel, but known more for his dirt prowess. Cam is no slouch elsewhere in the racing world.
He's got plenty of talent, and we see plenty of talent all throughout this field right now. The battle up at the front still. Actually, it looks like Blake's pretty slow. Is he going to come into this lap? He's going to try and stretch it one more. Meanwhile, Kurt Crum had gotten by him, but looks like Kurt Crum is going to work his way down pit road. So trying to stretch as far as they possibly can, it looks like, for Team KES Industries Last Lap Motorsports, powered by Spark Virtual Racing. So definitely interesting to watch, but wow.
Can we hop on board with the 52? Let's listen to see if they're lifting and coasting here.
absolutely he is. Oh, and there it is, full course yellow.
Oh. But this is bad for Blake Reynolds because they will now have to give away track position. Our first yellow of the day, of the season here. Reynolds has track position, but probably not for long. And car 52 will be the pace leader. They're doing this, we should mention, without iRacing official pace cars and official yellows. So the lead car overall becomes the de facto pace leader. And then everybody's got to catch up to them. Some of them taking their sweet time, actually, to try and get up to the back of that car.
Yeah, it looks like there's only 4 drivers in the GT3s that have yet to come in to the pit lane. I did hear word from Ray Kingsbury, the other driver of the 52, that they were about to come in anyway. But the question is, are they going to be able to make it around long enough so that the pits are open?
Yeah, because they will be sent to the end of the line anyways if they come in for fuel while the pits are closed. This is the first time by. He's going to have to continue on a full another lap around, and he's on lap 28 on his latest stint.
Wow, and looking at the track map, they're still well behind. And I'm hearing word they may not have the fuel to make it. They're gonna probably have to pit because Blake right now, the car is shut off. He is shutting the car off as he works his way around. Is he gonna come in here?
No, he's going to try and carry on. Oh. Which is going to be even more costly if they do run out of fuel. Wow. This throws it all into the air and bunches them up, we have to remember.
Yeah,
some of the drivers calling to try and catch up to the pack. They do need to try and get up there to the leader. We still have 47 cars running, so it's going to probably take a little bit to get everybody up to the back of the 52.
Yeah, the 52 right now about to go into turn 3. Meanwhile, there's a long train of cars being led by some of the GT4s that are just now going through, I believe, turn 12.
Yeah, you're right. 11 and 12 right now. And that's the majority of the field, frankly. That's, I'm looking at my track map and I can see almost all of them plugged up behind that 177. They are asked to not go too fast so that obviously they don't want cars spinning out. But I wonder if someone's going to get on the radio, tell the 177 to pick it up just a little here.
Yeah, they've had to tell the 195 already to work his way down pit, or to work his way back up to the field. But yeah, you would have to think that I would hope at least for the 52's sake that they would be caught up in time to open the pits this time.
Yeah, you would think so. What kind of pace is he running compared to the next one up, which is Paul Webster? Looks like he is running slightly faster, so he should be able to catch up to them. So who pits in? And boy, this is going to be very tight. Now, they are going to have, I believe, at least another lap or two under caution after the pit stop here. So they should have some time to save fuel if you're in the GT4s. But look at the timer, just getting on the cusp of that 40-minute mark for those GT4 cars.
Yeah, they're going to be saving fuel under the caution as well. So that's going to extend their range just the slightest amount.
So it'll be tight. I think they'll have to be wary of what it looks like by the time they get to the finish and really keep close tabs on it. Hopefully they've got an extra set of eyes acting as crew chief, watching their fuel consumption.
I would think since the pits are still not open, I think that if they're not open now, yeah, Blake Reynolds is going to have to come in here.
I would have thought they would have opened to them by now. Are they still waiting on the drivers to catch? And he is indeed in. Anybody else following? Watching to wait and see. I'm not seeing anybody else coming in.
Yeah, Joe, it looks like they are waiting on the 5th place STR Audi TCR machine in that TCR class to come on through. So that's why they did not open the pits yet. That's the last leading group of cars here to catch up to the rest of the field.
Big ouch for the former leader there. So now car 17 is your pace setter up at the front of the fields. I know they are not the lead car. They're currently at 7th in the GT4 class. It's the car of Rui and Pinto with Spark Virtual Racing, who is now basically pacing for everyone. And no other cars came down, just the lonely number 52. So I guess it was sort of a moot point. They were going to get sent to the end of line regardless.
Yeah, and I'm going to be interested to see once the pits open, does anybody take a splash of fuel back behind them? It looks like just about everybody, I think just about every class is able to make it from here to the end. So we're going to have to wait and see on that one, see who comes down and who stays out for the track position.
Here's another question, though. If you're at the back of your class, you've really got not much to lose, and you're good on fuel, do you maybe take a gamble, say, let's put on fresh tires, see what that gets us?
I think it's worth it, Joe, for those drivers that are down there. It's certainly a good shot to take. Kind of like thinking about racing on an oval almost in that way. If you're coming in, might as well take those new tires and see if that can get you a little bit more grip. We are officially hearing now, though, that pit lane is open. So as drivers come by this time, they will be able to enter the pits without any penalties.
Seeing we had 2 cars trying to catch up. The 67 of the Kinetic MTEC car with Will Leslie in it, Lyndon Swaby, and the Kinetic 165 as well. And some of the drivers trying to clarify with the stewards to make sure that pits are open right now and not a lap later from now. So here we go. Do we get many takers here with only 40 minutes left on the clock? Whose strategy did this work for? Who did not? It worked for Marichal. See, looks like Aaron Stanley in the 68. I see Ayrton Williams is in. Looks like Richard McClure pits. We've got Luke Turner in. Jimbo Pfeiffer is in. Diedrich Marsman. I see Pereira. It is a busy, busy pit lane. So a lot of drivers. The vast majority did decide to pit in.
And finding your pit box with so many cars on pit road is going to be very tricky, as there are, I believe, going to be some shared pit stalls for these guys.
There absolutely are. So that is definitely a difficulty in these situations, kind of almost NASCAR-esque again. And as they return to the track, who is going to be the first one out there? Looks like Colin Daner, who is 5th in the GT4s, or TCRs rather.
In the TCRs are going to be very interesting how they play out. I'm only showing 3 cars on the lead lap in that class.
Yeah, you're right there on that, Chad, and they are all relatively spaced out here. There is not a whole lot of, there is a decent amount of daylight rather in between them. Because as this field shapes out, yes, you're going to be able to get back with those leaders. But remember, there are cars on different laps in between some of them, so it can get a little spicy and a little interesting.
Ooh, This is an interesting protest. The DRT team is claiming that they were overtaken under yellow. So we'll see. That should be a slam dunk if they can find that, as they have been told they are not allowed to pass under caution. And they're now giving wave bys now that the pit stops are done. So this is to get the lead class, or class leading car, which would be, let's see if we can figure out who that would be. I think that is our GT3 leader. Yeah, the DRT team.
Yeah, it's interesting. They say they got passed under caution, but at the same time, they're still leading the race.
Yeah. Like I said, this should be easy to clarify. If there's no car in front of them, then they didn't get passed under caution. In the meantime, they are not going green this time by. They're letting the wave rounds try to get back to the tail of the field. Looks like there's maybe a small handful of them that did so. They're telling 295 to try and catch the back of the field. Is this still wave arounds? Yes, it is. Yeah, they're taking some time trying to get the cars that need to be waved by the leader of the line and sent back through. That is if they are ahead of their class leader, but behind the line leader. So trying to get them back to where they can have a competitive race and not be screwed over by just the randomness of these cautions.
And Joe, we've had a bit of a kerfluffle on the main straight and all the confusions of wave arounds and EOL penalties. Lyndon Swaby got into the back of Ethan Bass as they were coming down the main straight. There were a couple of cars that got together, some damage there across classes.
Boy, that really mixed things up as well, unfortunately, because drivers were trying to find their position. I'm guessing that's also going to be a protest, most likely. The stewards did say that they will deal with contact under caution and during the pace laps quite severely, so they're not going to be terribly happy about that one. I think we're going to get racing, looks to be, with about 30 minutes left to go, which is definitely going to feel like a sprint after the rest of today. Ethan Bass on the radio, unhappy about the incident, it sounds like. I think they have waved around everybody at this point. The last of them just going by Moises Caraballo. But we must remember that is Kurt Crum directly behind him. Same thing with Webster in the Smortal car. Cam Dance in there, catch pole. So yeah, basically this has reset those GT3s in a big way. They are all up at the front and all right behind our overall leader. Listening to the stewards now. They've given the EOL now to the 52 and a few others who pitted under closed pit conditions.
Yeah, that's interesting to see so many, because I thought we at least only noticed that 52 car, the KES Spark 52 of Blake Reynolds come down under, but I guess a couple other guys must have snuck in while we weren't looking.
I remember I saw a couple that were kind of cycling around the same time that Reynolds was, so those must have been the ones that came into pit lane. So your leaders now, after all this, Moises Caraballo in the 30 for the GT3 class. You've got Luke Turner in the 101 leading in the GT4 class. And it is David Milnarowitz in the 269 leading for the TCR class. Trying to keep his tires warm. Moises just doing a little bit of weaving here. Track now down to 78 degrees Fahrenheit here in the dark.
And something that's going to be fun to watch here is Blake Reynolds in that 52, because he's going to have to work his way through 2 full classes of cars for him to get back up to the front.
Yeah, this one's going to hurt in a big way. Let's see if they are going green this time. I can tell you that the team that got run into under pacing did protest it. Still not seeing anything in regards to Caraballo's team saying that they got overtaken under yellow. So no ruling on that yet. This looks to me like he is getting ready to go. As we wait for them to come out of the last corner, the drivers lining up now, getting ready to accelerate away here on lap 108. When is Moises going to give it the gas? Waiting for the green. Some people checking up behind him, eager to go, and now he is on it. Green flag is out. Someone taking all the way over to the pit wall there. Down into turn 1. Caraballo not under threat, but he goes in pretty deep. Looks like Crum thought about it. Also went pretty far in.
A nice clean restart, the only one I believe that we're going to see, because we only have 15 minutes left before another one can fall. As we stated before the race, you cannot see. Oh, there's one car wide off into the grass, and that's Jaden Hopp, the Not Recommended Motorsports machine.
Down into turn 5, GT3 leaders still nose to tail, and in fact behind them a challenge on Webster from Cameron Dance, the Demon Tweaks #1 car, as Holly goes off. That is a top 5 potentially out the window.
Yeah, Joe, I saw that happen. It looked like there was one of the GT3s that got off and touched the grass going down into turn 5 and caused a little bit of a chain reaction kerfluffle there.
I can report the Cam Dance took 3rd away from Webster just as that happened. There you see on your screen now ahead of that number 37 car, but he's lost serious touch with Kurt Crum. It's already about a 1.5 seconds up to those top 2.
And guys, we have a massive pile up here just a couple of moments ago. It involved that 52 Spark car, as well as the number 29 of Jason Markall, Devotion Sim Racing. They were absolutely piled up in turn number 3. They tried to go 3 wide and possibly some net code contact in there as well, but several cars involved in that contact.
Yeah, and that really switched around to the GT4 standings. A big coming together, and now putting Luke Turner continues to lead that, but Christian Pereira and Diedrich Marsman up to 3rd.
We saw a glimpse as well of the complete traffic jam in the back of the field of cars trying to get around one another. I'm assuming that's those who were told to go to the back of the field, and unfortunately one of them just got sent off in a spin. I'm trying to see who that is. That is Jack Hedgecox. And the 108 didn't hit anything, but did have to get the car going again. A couple of them in pit lane. Blake Reynolds is in, and Bradley Holly is in.
Word from the other driver there on the 52 of Blake Reynolds, Greg Kingsbury, tells me we're destroyed. That's all that he says, and that's unfortunate to see with such little time remaining. We'll have to see how long he's stationary in the pits.
Oh. After he was having a good shot at least a top 5 today, it all slips through their fingers. Back up at the front of the field here. And they've caught up to Doug Evans, one of the GT4s who was trying to cycle back around after getting a wave around. Didn't quite catch the back. Oh, look at that side-by-side action there between one of our PG-13 cars. That's Aaron Stanley fighting them for 7th.
Yeah, that's a fantastic battle. We're going to see some great racing here as this race goes on with everybody bunched back up. I don't really know where to direct your attention to because there's great battles everywhere.
Thomas Fisher had an off course in the GT4s. He gets rolling once again himself. Yeah, it's great battles in the GT3s, but it is not close at all in the GT4s. Those drivers all split apart from this restart. Same thing with the TCRs. Not seeing many close battles there. This is getting a little tight down through that last chicane. Oh, somebody off. That's Bradley Haley, flashing his lights in frustration. We're hearing that Stadler is getting a black flag. Checking to see what that is for. Gonna guess that that is for the contact with Luke Turner. Or no, with Dave Nichols, rather. Still continuing on, Bradley Haley. Oh, and now PG-13 car, Paul Gibson overtaking Catchpole. PG-13 car's looking good under restart. And just a little bit of a bump from behind that we didn't catch on screen. Alistair giving a hello to the 31.
By the way, that passing under yellow that we were talking about that was possible, that is what that black flag to Stadler was for.
Oh, well then. So they did get caught doing that. That's a weird situation. Not sure how he was still leading after that. Maybe it was a car that was a lap down or something. Thought that they could get that back. As we continue to watch these green and purple machines really get into the thick of it. They're giving us a lot of fun. By the way, the overall lead is only separated by half a second still. Caraballo trying to shake Crum, but can't seem to do so.
The center light does actually a lot of work from what you can see on these cars. So it's going to be interesting waiting and watching how these things play out as now under pressure there from behind is Now Motorsport trying to get into the fray here.
A little bit of a look there from Sector 5 along with Now, but can't quite get the foot in the door, unfortunately. Things separating up at the very front. It is now 1.5 seconds from P1 to P2. So that might be drifting away. Oh, and a defensive move from Catchpole. The laundry basket team making sure to cover off, and the door is open on Hodge. Here comes Haley, but he tips him around in a spin, comes back straight with a second bit of contact. Haley up into 8th with that.
A fantastic save, but that's going to cost him a ton of time. I would definitely expect to see a protest from that one, but that's going to be now driving very aggressively toward trying to get back up to him at the end of this race. About 23 minutes to go now.
Car 52 has been protested as well for a wreck out there. So see what becomes of that. Stewart's still doing some work currently, trying to watch what's going on out on the track as well as cover all that's going on between drivers complaining, going to the teacher over this, and down to the GT4. Suddenly it's come alive as we go side by side.
Yes, we have. That's Pereira and Turner. Turner has been trying to close in the best that he can, but there Pereira is up and ahead finally. Christian Pereira has been working on that. Oh, he's off. He is off. Going down into that right-hander. Tries to get the speed back under him, and he loses the rear end a little bit.
And all that time has been lost. Luke Turner is far ahead now. Unfortunately, that was a great opportunity wasted by the 192. So the Hephaestus team basically has a clear shot to the finish after they got caught late in the race. Also see P2 closing up. I mentioned Crum falling off of Caraballo. Well, Cam Dance is on a mission now. He's taken that Lamborghini up to the back of the Porsche and is spying second place. Does he have the pace, I wonder, to maybe try and catch up to Caraballo as well?
we'll have to wait and see once he gets in cleaner what he can do with it. But first, he's got to try to navigate his way around the 86, because we've seen it all throughout these last 3.5 hours. It's not the easiest track to pass. You really have to try to set up your move.
Yeah, with all those heavy braking zones, you'd think you'd have something, but these drivers finding it tough, trying to get by. Into the S's once again. They're going to have some lap traffic in front of them. John Lang is the next one up from the TCR class, holds off to the right-hand side. This makes it tough coming off the corner from Kurt Crum. He tries to defend to the inside. Cam Dan says, okay, let's go around the long way, and he keeps the momentum off the corner. That's going to give him the inside down into turn 10. Can he finish out the victor? Does he cover off the inside? Yes, he does. Catch pole being forced to go the long way around, or can he undercut him coming off the turn? He tries to, but he can't find the speed that Merc has.
They're the only Mercedes in the field, like we've talked about, currently in 8th. And, well, almost some contact there. The back end.
Around he goes.
Wow.
Catch pole off the course. Just behind, they overtook another lapped car. So Webster able to get by them as well. That was Jaden Hopp that they overtook. Gibson just following in line. Second, third, fourth, and fifth are split by all of about 2 seconds here.
Yeah, I mean, there's no room for error, nowhere to run and hide. You just kind of have to hit your marks and make sure nobody tries anything crazy around you. It's a long season here, and they're long races as well. They've fought so hard for so long to get to this spot, and have to see if they can do anything spectacular here towards the end of this race, or if they're going to have to end up throwing it out the window.
Still 4 in a line. Unable to.
And that's going to make things a little bit easier here from Kurt Crum. You don't have to look quite as much out the mirrors. You can start kind of looking a little more forward and just trying to apply some pressure to Cameron Dance. And Dance is a pretty composed driver. We've seen him in these situations before. Just a matter of, can he make sure to hit his marks and try to, not be forced into a mistake, where Kurt Crum, on the opposite, has to try to find a way by if he wants to improve from his 3rd spot.
Looks pretty comparable, the lap times between the 30 and the 1 machine, so I'm not sure if Cam is going to be able to chase down the DRT team as they brake hard for turn 11. That is Roger Shank there in the Mad Sim Racing Great Hire. Oh, but this is not a good spot. It's Brett Douglas in there as well. Dance, can he get around without being checked up too much? It looks decent, but Kurt Crum regains a bit of time. Does he try and challenge him down in the first turn? I didn't think so. Just going to stay in line.
And not that we were expecting to see one anyway, but now that we are under 15 minutes remaining in the race, there will be no cautions from here.
Be able to sneak by. Paul Webster trying to get inside through turn 3. Another thing worth mentioning, we lost a second car to a DNF, Kinetic Racing MTEC 165. I wonder if they pit after they realized they could not make up any more laps at the remainder of this race. Oh, did something happen to Webster? Down a position from Gibson, sneaking through. Is he going to get it back? Potentially. Getting checked up amongst the slower class cars. Oh no, and he makes contact with both of them. That's Fisher and Moss, unfortunately, just getting bowled into.
They're just sitting there at this point, I think, just waiting for some clear track. Gonna have to wait and see if that some mortal car can get back rolling again.
He's still stationary.
There's a ton of damage to that left rear.
Ooh, we're getting a whole bunch of black flags coming in, I'm seeing. Avoidable contact for Luke Turner. That's a 30-second stop and hold. Drive-through penalty for Justin Farmer. Unsafe driving under full course yellow conditions.
By the way, that 37 is crab walking hard down the straightaways. He's just going to try to nurse it back to the pits, and that's unfortunate to see for Paul Webster.
10 minutes from the end, and this is what happens. I am sure that the drivers are just gutted after all that. With it being a team effort, there's a lot of people invested by this stage. Kurt Crum getting by the car of Kingsbury. Oh, and here is Cameron Dance in front of him as they just sneak by Justin Farmer as well. 6 seconds behind Caraballo, about the only driver that we haven't been showing, mostly because he's just been plugging along at the front.
Yeah, he's got a huge bubble of space all around him, and man, he's just clicking off these laps and not taking. You can't take anything for granted. It's not over yet, but I mean, if you're in that DRT team, I mean, you've been out in front basically the entire race. You have to be feeling good about your chances.
Definitely, they've been showing how it's done this race, and few have been able to challenge them on outright pace. Cameron Dance, his outright pace, good enough to overtake Kurt Crum, but not enough to shake him yet here with 10 minutes left to go. Paul Gibson now up to P4, about 2 seconds to make up to see if he could potentially steal a podium in the dying moments of today's event.
And you're talking about stealing a podium. We've got guys trying to steal a top 5. Bradley Haley almost was able to get by the PG-13 car, 56, currently driven by Nikhil Kapkar. These guys have been fighting for a while after the restart, and very aggressive move a couple of corners ago for Haley. And Haley right now just peeking to the inside on corner exit, and then going to swerve all the way down to the inside, making sure he gets the preferred line into turn number 1.
Having to outbrake their rivals, but sending it in deep. Here comes Bradley Haley. He's going to be out in the marbles, and that's where the grip starts to go away. And it was a valiant effort.
The back end came around just a little bit, forced him off the throttle. I think he might try to do some sort of a crossover move here. Not close enough to set anything up yet, but Haley wants that top 5.
Ooh, zipping off to the side, going past Matt Kingsbury, and then having to go off to the right-hand side. Kapkar's rival, Haley, taking the other route through the corner to the inside of the slower class car. This has been our best battle in the entire field. I know, apologies to the GT4s and the TCRs, but everything else has really fallen by the wayside. Oh, and somebody around, that's a GT4, it looks like. Trying to make out who that was. Marsman, I think. Yeah.
That's the third place GT4 machine. Luckily for him, he does have a little bit of breathing room, but that orange car you see in the background, that is the fourth place machine, so he's got to stay on his game here. This may be a little bit of a battle. That is the Dirt Esports car. Only 7 minutes to go. They smell a little blood in the water, potentially.
Yeah, the Dirt Esport car did make a driver change at the caution, or at least it might have been just before. No, it was at the caution flag. They decided to make their driver change, and when they did that, they are now in the position where they have their faster driver in the car, and that is Matt Kingsbury taking over Kevin Fanning. He's trying everything he can. He's pushing that car very hard, trying to catch back up.
That's a savvy move right there, knowing that they could do that a little bit better, getting someone in for just 30 minutes of racing if everybody's got their time down. And they don't have to worry about the minimum limits anymore, as we got another car off track. This is the 64. That's Ryan Robertson, just before the re-entry to the infield portion. Trying to see if I can figure out if this... Nope, this was a lone car incident. Just spun himself down into that turn.
And by the way, Joe, you said not much is going on in some of the other classes, but the battle for the lead in the GT4s is heating up, as currently TechSense has less than a second lead over Christian Pereira in the U-Race BR Esports Green Machine.
Yeah, remember, we saw some drivers having some issues here. Still separated by a couple other cars. Cam Dance trying to get by him. It's also in a little bit of a fight with Pereira here as Blake Reynolds, a lap down now, unfortunately, is running in 14th position. 5 minutes left to go. We're seeing about 3 laps left on this race now.
And we also heard that there was a protest filed against that 52 at the same time, so gonna have to wait and see what the stewards decide to do there, as we see a couple of drivers now working their way around. That's one of the PG-13 cars that's feeling a lot of pressure. That's still PG-13 and Sector 5 going at it between Haley and Cup Car respectively.
Relax, making sure that any little slip up costs him the position. Elias Roman is going to stay off to the side and just managing to get inside there. Bradley Haley keeping contact with Nikhil. Doesn't want him to get a gap with that lap traffic. This is again for a top 5 finish in these cars.
And
down
you saw
through 5.
You saw Nikhil flash his headlights there to the slower car as he went by. Just a little bit of a thank you for, hey, like, thanks for noticing that we're here, staying out of our way, as we are battling very hard for this position. And I think that you wouldn't want to see that ruined by a slower class car just getting in the way of them.
Absolutely not. Where is Caraballo in this? How far ahead is he? He's already coming down the support pit straights. So he's going to be crossing the start-finish line with just over 3 minutes left to go. Here's Team Endurance Challenge.
Fantastic fight there for Moises Caraballo. One of the other battles going on right now is for second place in the GT4.
We got to go to the 268 because the 268 is about to win this race in the TCR class. And it is going to be Ethan Bass who takes the win here today. And finally, in the GT4 class, it is Christian Pereira in the 192 who has come home ahead of all others. He was challenged at the end, but the iRacing BR Esports green cars should be proud for managing to take the victory.
Yeah, from 9th up to the class victory there for the 192. And the battle for second still going on through the final couple of corners. Matt Kingsbury started 13th. He's up to 30. Is he going to have a run at the line?
It's looking close. Who's it going to be down to the finish?
It's Kingsbury.
Nice, right at the end as the fireworks go off here at Motegi, which is going to take us to a little bit of a break. We'll come back with the unofficial results as well as driver interviews, so stick around.
This is iRacing, the world's premier online racing game. iRacing puts...
But it was Bombshell Racing Team Odin who qualified at 17th and finished 3rd out there. PG-13 Car 1 was P4, as PG-13 Car 2 finished in the top 5 from 18th. Sector 5, the Haley Agency finished in 6th, followed by Niao Niao Motorsport in 7th. Team Mad was 8th. Suderia Laundry Basket may have been one of our favorite team names here today, but they went down from 6th to 9th as Evolve SimSport GT3 climbed up to 10th. Last one on the lead lap was Texas Fitstye Hades in 11th. Kinetic Racing MTEC 67 was 12th, as Devotion Sim Racing was 13th. 2 laps down for KES Industries. Last Lap Motorsports 52, who were very fast, but they had to settle for 14th. VRS Satellite Racing Radon was 15th. Samortal was 16th, and Feed Esports Academy was 17th today.
And then in 18th overall, but taking the win in the GT4 class, iRacing BR Esports Green took the victory in their class, and Dirt Esport by just a couple of hundredths of a second at the line, able to steal second place away from Andrew White, followed by Demon Tweaks, going to finish 4th overall. or fourth in class and 21st overall. Then it's going to be Precision Racing Esports Black, 1 lap down in class, followed by Go Win Racing. And then Spark Virtual Racing Last Lap Motorsports, also 1 lap down. CMSRacing.com Endurance 2, the last car in class, 1 lap down, followed by TechSense Fitstye in the 26th overall position.
And taking the victory here today in that TCR category, it's TechSense Fitzy Apollo, followed by Grizzly TFR by TFR Lab and STR Audi TCR. Now, those are the only 3 teams to be able to finish on the lead lap in that category. You can see VRS Satellite Racing GT4 having a little bit of a problem, and they ended up down with those TCRs in class. But for the rest of the TCRs, it's M-Plow or MTEC coming home 4th in class, followed by Bombshell Team Racing Thor, with Team 19 and Not Recommended Motorsports coming home in 6th and 7th. NRG Racing was 8th in class, followed by Bombshell Racing Team Loki and Sector 5 Blackball, with Twin Turn Sim Racing and Sector 5 Scarlet finishing out that running order. You can see Precision Racing Esports Silver, another one of those GT4 teams that had a little bit of trouble out there. And rounding out the rest of the order, it's Quality Racing Control 63, followed by Quality Control Racing 69, a TCR and a GT4 car, followed by Dogbuyer MTEC, Sequential Sim Sports, Mad Sim Great Racing Great Hire, and then Endure Black, Kinetic Racing MTEC 165, Evolve, not exactly having the best days out on track.
Certainly not, but it looks like one driver that had a good day out there was Matt Kingsbury, who finished in 2nd for the Dirt Esport team in the 121 down in the GT4 class. Matt, congratulations on a podium here today. With that late caution, what did that do for your team? Did that help or hinder you?
Oh, it helped us. I mean, we were sitting P6. I was jumping in the car last stint, and it put us on an even playing field with a chance to get, fresh tires and reset and not have to make a green flag pit stop. So it closed the gap down tremendously. And it just gave me a great chance to push hard and really just kind of just send it every lap there at the end and make it stick.
This looked like an interesting one now that we've switched the classes up from last season to all GT cars between the GT3, GT4, and TCR. What's your take on the changes? Are you happy with how they've had the series evolve?
I haven't followed the season before. Never ran in it, never followed it. But first time running GT4, first race in a GT4 for me and Kevin. Kevin's first endurance race overall. So I thought, we did pretty well from that, and the racing seemed pretty good. It was a little scary getting passed by the GT3s. They were pretty aggressive at times, so that was a little scary. But overall, it was pretty good.
It looked like a lot of fun. And next round is going to be at Circuit of the Americas. Now, we obviously have not as much paved runoff here, and we had that solo caution, that lone caution. Having all the paved runoff out there in Texas, are you worried we're going to see a few more show up?
You mean cautions?
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's possible with because it's so deceptive of where you can go. Here, it's very clear what the defined track limits are because there's no grip if you go off in the grass. So I much prefer a track like this where the track limits are clearly defined as opposed to Texas where really the edge of the track isn't actually the track limits sometimes.
Yeah, exactly. So, well, we'll keep an eye out for you. Congratulations on a podium. Anybody you want to thank that helped make this happen?
Yeah, I got to first thank Trevor Greenfield at Virtual Racing Network, and thank Ray Kingsbury, my brother, for his awesome livery, Ray Kate Designs, and my teammate Kevin for helping me out this race. He did a good job in his first endurance race. So great job to him.
Indeed. And that was our second place finisher here, Matt Kingsbury with the Dirt Esport team. And I do believe, I think we have our winners here up next. We've got Diaz and Espina. Chad has caught up with the DRT team who took the victory today in quite a fashion, especially at the end.
Yeah, guys, congratulations on such a stellar performance. How does it feel to end up at the top of the podium?
Hey, how's it going, guys? It's really great. They're a hard fought race, and the P1, even with that yellow at the end, it was really awesome.
Yeah, what did that last caution do to you guys towards the end? We knew that one was probably going to happen at some point, but I mean, we just didn't know when. How did that impact your strategy?
Well, at that time, Moises was in the car. It actually came in favor for us because we were tight on the platinum driver time limit. So and fuel, but with that caution at the end, and
It's BR getting set to join us here in the booth. It's going to be Chris Racer and Lorenzo Bonder here, and looks like DJ, you've caught up with them.
I have indeed. And Chris, Lorenzo, a win in class here. But obviously, everything got a little bit chaotic there at the end. Talk me through that time from the yellow flag restart until the end.
Cris, primeiramente, parabéns. E ele quer saber, depois ali da bandeira amarela, que foi um pouco caótico, conta um pouco como é que foi a corrida dali até o final.
Então, primeiramente, boa noite aí pro pessoal, né, da transmissão. Cara, foi totalmente inesperado. A gente estava numa estratégia boa para terminar a corrida, para tentar terminar a corrida entre os 3 primeiros, né? E aí, depois que teve a bandeira amarela, a gente foi um pouco beneficiado, principalmente pela diferença que a gente estava pro líder, que se não tivesse a bandeira amarela, a gente não ia conseguir tirar ali os 13 segundos que a gente estava atrás do líder. E aí no pit stop que a gente fez também durante a bandeira amarela, a gente ganhou a segunda posição ali, ficamos próximos do líder e aí aconteceu o que todo mundo viu, que eu até agora não entendi o que aconteceu com o líder e que a gente acabou herdando essa primeira posição, mas foi muito bom, velho.
So first and foremost, thank you for pulling us up and for this interview. So what happened is we try to get the car into the top 3, and mainly the yellow flag benefited us a little bit more than usual.
Ia acontecer a bandeira amarela, porém, como o pessoal tava andando bem tranquilo, assim, eu não notei que o pessoal tava agressivo, não tava rolando muitos incidentes, sabe? Eu achei que não fosse alcançar o número X aí de incidentes para ter a bandeira amarela, mas acabou acontecendo e trouxe uma emoção a mais para a corrida. Eu particularmente gostei bastante desse sistema e para endurance ele muda bastante a dinâmica da corrida, né?
So we read the rules prior to the race, so we were a little bit ready to what could come next. Honestly, the cars weren't aggressive enough in the track, so we just try to maintain a very consistent and safe pace. But the yellow flag at the end of the day, I think, threw a little bit of an emotion, and I like this dynamic that would change the whole complexion of the race, and I wish this could keep up and can keep up for the next rounds, because it truly is a game changer of sorts.
Yeah, it certainly is. Looking ahead, though, we head to Coda next time out. How do you think that's going to go for you?
Então, a próxima etapa é Coda. Olhando lá pra frente, como é que tu acha que vai ser essa prova, Chris?
O campeonato vai ser difícil, cara, porque o grid da GT4 tá bem parelho, assim, deu pra ver hoje que o pessoal tava andando muito rápido, o meu qualify não foi muito bom, e o pessoal tá muito bem, muito rápido. Eu gosto do circuito de cota pra caramba, e vamos ver, cara, o objetivo é a gente tentar manter aí, sobreviver todas as corridas e marcar o maior número de pontos possível, é isso aí.
So we are looking forward to Coda. It's a track that I like, and the objective is just stay on track, try to grab as many points as we can, because the GT4 field is so stacked with drivers.
E graças à estratégia dele que a gente conseguiu um agradecimento especial para o meu companheiro de equipe e para a equipe no todo, né?
So I'd like to thank the team as a whole for helping me out with planning for this race, and most especially Marcus Eberhardt, which is my teammate. I think he's also like a strategist for me as well, to try to plan ahead for these races, and that's pretty much it.
Conta o que aconteceu com o cara lá que sumiu.
Really quickly, DJ, do you know what happened with the guy at the end of the race? Because I'm wondering myself.
We're not entirely sure, Joe.
Sorry, I've
was getting ready for the next interview, so I'm not sure myself.
It's okay. But Cris, eles não têm muita ideia, mas vamos que vamos.
Tranquilo, obrigado.
All right, guys, thank you so much, and I'll see you in the next one.
We'll see you, Chris. That was Chris Pereira, your GT4 leader. And now, Joe, I believe you've caught up with Cameron Dance, the driver of the #1 machine in that Demon Tweaks Esports by Fitzy.
Yes, the second place for that team today. Cameron, congratulations on the podium. That last caution, though, put you 4th in line on the restart. If you didn't have to try and overtake Webster and Crum, do you think you had anything for that DRT team?
Hard to tell. I mean, our pace was strong, and especially with the fact we had brand new tyres on the thing as well when we off that restart as well. So it's hard to tell. It's a race of possibly what could have been, but also you don't know unless you had that situation happen. So we'll take P2 though. It's been a really, really strong start to the season and good start to a title defence as well. So not going to complain.
That's a good point, yeah, about that title defense. We had also quite a change from the start to the finish here, going from day to night. About a 10-degree Fahrenheit swing. Could you feel that out on the track? Did you notice a difference in the car handling by the end?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I've done most of my laps leading up to this race in the daytime, so in reasonably warm sort of temperatures, whereas once I got in the car, it was a little bit cooler, so there was a bit more grip on offer, and obviously not so many reference points as well with the fact that the track was a bit darker than it was during the daytime. But yeah, it was a lot better. We got out there, and the tyres really held up quite nicely as well with the fact it was a lot cooler by the end, so we were able to do multiple stints per tyre set.
Now we were wondering about that too. Who was willing to try and double stint those tires? But we head off to COTA, and you've started things off on a nice note for yourselves, like you mentioned. But trying to beat the DRT team is certainly going to seem like it's going to take the utmost of you guys to put your heads together. What can you do to try and make that one step higher possible?
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. I think the competition is obviously a little bit higher than it was last season with obviously a few other teams, but yeah, it's looking good. Obviously, DRT are reasonably quick compared to us, so we'll see what's going to happen at COTA. It's still a long way to go in the championship as well, so plenty can happen. I mean, we saw what happened last season with the fact that some teams didn't end up showing up for all the rounds, and it offered points to some other teams as well. So we'll see what happens. We'll put our heads together and see what we can come up with for COTA, and yeah, hopefully we don't get too bored going around there.
Well, I'm sure with this series it'll remain interesting. Anybody you want to thank that helped make this second place possible?
Yeah, just first of all, shout out to all the boys at Fitzy Motorsport for all their hard work over the past week or so. Unfortunately, some of the results didn't quite go our way in some of the classes. We probably should have had a little bit of a stronger showing in some of the other classes, but we'll see what happens post-race. But yeah, and all of our partners, Texan Sensors, Renville Harnesses, Demon Tweaks, obviously the boys coming on board for the series and the Lambo with the British GT paint, Fight CRC, Majors Garage, you guys for the awesome broadcast, Mike and the team for putting on another awesome series, and everybody on track for turning up and making an awesome race.
Our thanks to them as well. And that was Cameron Dance for the second place team of Demon Tweaks Esports by Fitzy. One last one, third place in that GT3 class was the Bombshell Racing Team Odin. And it appears that Chad has caught up with Kurt Crum.
Yeah, Kurt, you guys started further back in the field than I'm sure you probably wanted to. Can you explain why you started so far back, and what was it like driving through the field?
Well, I had a terrible qualifying. No excuses, really. It was just I messed up kind of the golden lap and tried to recover the tires, and it just didn't happen. So, yeah, we started back a little bit further than we were expecting. And Eric got involved in an incident, picked up some damage pretty early on. So, it was a recovery drive all the way through. And, after the first few laps, Eric really put it together and started us moving up. And, I took over and kind of continued the momentum. And, I think traffic management was a big key. Not losing too much time with over-aggressive moves and just keeping it smooth.
Yeah, it was absolutely an adventure for you guys out there. And we talked all throughout the broadcast how big of a team event this is with how long the races are. Tell us about your team and maybe a little bit about how your race went.
Yeah, well, Eric had to pull double duty as the race admin today because Mike had other commitments, who normally runs it. So he could only do the first couple stints, and then I had to field the rest of the driving duty there. So, we kind of planned for that. And 2.5 hours isn't too bad. So yeah, it wasn't too bad. The caution really didn't help us at all. Working up to the field, my strategy was to go long on tires. So my first stop, I just took left sides, and I stopped. I was in the pits during the caution, but I wasn't sure of track position, how it was going to work out. So I did not end up taking tires. So the end there, I was defending for all my life on triple stinted rights and double stinted lefts. So it was interesting for sure.
Yeah, talk about that transition from day to night. It seemed like you were in there for the most of the nighttime, and how did that change kind of the handling of the car as the race went on?
Yeah, it helped us a lot because we were struggling with front tire wear with the Porsche. It doesn't have a lot of weight over the front there, and they can get pretty pushy. So really, it just helped us, and it gave us the chance to try to go long on tires. And the transition was pretty smooth, luckily. The track was getting pretty grippy even before the sun went down, so it was just a kind of natural progression and a little bit more grip.
Yeah, it's a start. It's a great start to a 6-race season. You got 5 more on the docket. What are your thoughts on the upcoming tracks, and is there any you're really looking forward to?
I'm looking forward to the whole season, really. I do like Coda a lot, so that should be fun. Another pretty long track for these GT cars, and lots of opportunity to work around traffic. And it was a great race, really, all up and down the field, all the different classes. Everyone was really respectful. So looking forward to more of the same, and hopefully we'll get that qualifying sorted and won't be having to fight such an uphill battle in the next few.
Well, hey, congratulations on such a fantastic drive through the field here tonight, and best luck the rest of the way. Do you have anybody you want to thank?
I just want to thank all the Bombshell team. Our second GT3 car didn't quite make the pro split this time, but they helped out on the setup as well. So hopefully we'll see them up there next race. And that's about it. Thank you guys for the great coverage, and I'll be talking to you later.
Kirk, thanks for joining us up here in the booth, and congratulations on another fantastic performance here to start the season. But Joe, it was a fantastic day of racing. Can't wait for the next one.
Looking forward to it. Should be exciting, especially now that the drivers have gotten a taste, and I'm sure the competition will continue to increase. But we want to thank the majors for bringing us back for another season of coverage here of the MTEC series, and also thank the companies that provide the software and hardware for our broadcast listed on your screen. Additional thanks go to June Lalonde, who provides our wonderful music. Check out her Bandcamp for more awesome work. And thanks to the team today, DJ, Chad, Zach, and Dougie. You can find more info at GSRC at globalsimracingchannel.com or through our social media. And also check out our merchandise store at simracingmerch.com/GSRC. We keep a link for that in the description below. Don't forget to subscribe to the YouTube channel so you don't miss a moment. And as we mentioned, in a month's time, we're coming back for Circuit of the Americas Saturday, November 20th at 1 p.m. Eastern. We also have upcoming races for other series listed on the screen, so check those out. Mark them down on your calendar. Up next, we have the Outsider Racing League at Dover. 10 p.m. Easterns with that kicks off. And until next time, race clean, race hard. We'll see you on the track.